Maybe take a puff with me, but really I don't fuck with thee. I'm up.
Well. Welcome back. This is what we doing, baby.
Check me out. I handle my business and give me some digits. I want me a lady, but keep finding bitches. They ain't committed, so I can't get with it. I might even hit and regret that I did it, cause I can't find one that's even worth my time. I thought that I didn't find out that they lying. Got me so blowed, I'm like, why am I trying? Cause even with glasses, these hoes be so blind. You can waste time, but don't waste none of mine. Cause time equals money and I gotta shine. I gotta grind just like it's overtime and fall a long time just like it's
Now,
overtime. They ain't know
I know I told y'all I guess that might work. I don't know. I still don't really have a great way of listening without my headphones, which have been delayed for a third time. But we here. And last time I let the utensils response play in defense of the critical drinker. And this is going to be Birdsman response to the utensils response. And I rewatched the utensils response again in preparation, but I might just pull it up. That way I can just go right to it when I'm assuming that he'll make mention of certain arguments that he makes, and then we can at least make sure that oh, that might not work. Oh yeah, it does. All right. So we'll pull up that one. We'll pull up that one so we have it ready to double check. But let's not waste too much time, and let's go ahead and jump on in to the Birdman's response here. So let's see how he starts it off. Well, it would probably help if I showed y'all, damn, wouldn't it? Alright, and I don't know what the fuck happened to my mouse. I keep getting lucky. Now, obviously, this is the Birdman. I think the E is with the 3, whatever. And the Aristocratic Utensil is the name of the channel that he's responding to. And obviously, Critical Drinker shit might be in here too, a bit. So let's just dive in.
Polly want a cracker?
Okay, so he's saying he's a parrot, right? Okay. It's just I don't know. Let's continue.
We got a parrot, y'all. One that has some of the most mind-numbing bullshit takes you've ever seen because he's mad I criticized a grifter he wishes he was. I got a severe headache listening to this nonsense about 37 minutes into this 50-minute blowjob, and I had to stop because it got redundant. So that means we're not doing his entire video, only up to about 37 minutes. And trust me, you'll understand why as we go along. So sit back, grab some popcorn, and watch me go to work on this parakeet.
Exposing the grift, the critical drinker by the Birdman. Now, Let me say this straight up. I am going to turn this bird into Kentucky Fried Frickin' Chicken because this dude is dripping with dishonesty. And unlike some people, because I'm European, I am not. I do my homework and I bring all of the receipts.
I see we're off to the bullshit races right out of the gate. Dripping with dishonesty? You're a culture war rage bait grifter suckling at the teat of another culture war rage bait grifter. By definition, your entire
Let me, before I say anything, I want to make sure I'm not incorrect here. Let me see. A person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. Okay. To obtain money or property illicitly. A noun meaning a person that does so. Okay. A con artist, someone who swindles people out of money through fraud. Someone who gets money dishonestly. Huh. Okay. I'm fairly confident he's not using this word properly. But maybe he'll explain why exactly they're swindling people, scamming people, getting money through dishonest or illicit means. I have a hard time thinking that he's going to be able to point at any evidence that he himself doesn't fall victim to. But let's see what happens.
entire existence on this platform is dishonest. But fine, let's go with that. You know you're responding to a video of me playing a guy's own words and going, "Look, guys, here's what he said," for the majority of the video. I wonder how you'll spin this as me being dishonest instead of the
Okay. I went back to double check because there's one in particular that is striking a chord with me right now. He says that he is simply pointing to what Critical Drinker said and saying, hey, this is what this guy said. When in reality, he's pointing to a post of a picture, a thumbnail, and of a tweet, and then he himself is ascribing an intent or an interpretation to it. He's not just saying, you look at this and you make up your own mind as to what that means. No, he's calling him a Nazi and a racist and a misogynist throughout the course of the video. And he's calling Drinker this, Birdman is. And when I think of the dishonesty part, Drinker is reacting to in Birdman's video trying to take down Drinker, which I also watched just for reference to make sure. And I ended up having to go back and double check because the utensil brings this up as well. But in a trailer review of Godzilla vs. Kong, Drinker makes allusion to the obvious parallels between King Kong taken from Africa in chains on a boat across the sea, and he says to America. And Birdman says, well, obviously you must not have watched the movie at all because they're taking King Kong to Antarctica in this scene without explaining that it was his review of a trailer, his reaction to a trailer, so he wouldn't have had the information as to where Kong was going anyway, but he still used it in his argument to try to make Drinker look dishonest. In doing so, he himself was dishonest. So I'm just anxious to see how we continue here, like how he can avoid some of these laser beams without just ignoring them fully and looking for things that he can pick that are personal attacks probably against the utensil. But again, I haven't watched this one all the way fully. I watched the first 20 minutes or so, and I was disappointed in the lack of argumentation here. So maybe I'll view it differently this time, I'm sure. Because I like Birdman's content for the longest, a long time ago. I started watching his content and liked his analysis. I haven't seen a lot recently of his material, but when I seen some of the things that I seen in review for this stream, I was like, well, damn. For someone who's apolitical, he sure uses a lot of political rhetoric to describe certain groups of people. And it's kind of odd to do so if you're not political. Because why would you be okay with alienating people for no real reason? You know what I mean? If you're not political, then there is no reason to do so. But a lot of talking points seem right from CNN or right from other talking heads that we've seen come out on the left. So again, maybe I'm just looking too much into something. I don't think that's the case though.
The guy whose nuts you're about to gobble.
So one of my subs told me to check this video out. I had no idea who this person is. First time for me flying in blind. Even though one interaction on the Twitter with him later and he already blocked me. Because the truth hurts and he's limp-wristed and rather brittle, but anyway.
I think if we're going to preface this video with the air of honesty, you might want to show your audience the messages that got you blocked. For messaging someone you don't know, that's about as good as it gets. You immediately.
Okay, so September. Well, you can say that that's 2 interactions, but I'm not so sure I would say that. If it's the same thread, then I would consider it the same, especially considering it could be just mere a couple of hours in between. So, I don't know. Let's see.
Immediately act an ass. This weird attempt at pretending like you were cordial in any way only works when you don't show people that you're stalking me with all.
He didn't say he was cordial, nor does someone need to be cordial. I'm sure you don't block the vast majority of people just because they're not cordial. You probably block them when you don't want to give any life to their argument. Just a thought.
And calling me out of my name randomly. I mean, this is a cute one. You know, those things people say behind the safety of their keyboards. It's
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong again. I'm not. I don't. The safety behind the key. You just said you. I don't. Okay. He. Okay. I just need to let it play for a little bit because this is like hard to pay attention to right here. Cause he's front loading so much information before he ever gets to any of the points. I don't like that. I don't you just respond to the response? Like, not bring up old ass tweets and tweet shit. I mean, I guess the point was that, yeah, he said he blocked you from. It's whatever. To me, that's just it's stupid to even bring this up, but let's continue.
It's also pretty weird considering I'm clearly saying I'll be responding in video form, but I guess when your IQ is cheese, it all gets a little funky. But yeah, I wonder why anyone would block you. You're clearly a little funky. But yeah.
Okay. Let's actually take a look here. Can y'all read that? I don't know. I'll read it just in case. The Aristocratic Utensil, August 11th. All I want to say is this. Nigga, if blacks succeed in the Olympics, why the fuck do you need reparations to succeed outside of athletics? That is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Which, there's nothing wrong with this idea put forth. Because I don't think blacks need reparations in order to succeed outside of athletics. I think that if the federal government wants to be seen as a just entity, then you should probably be consistent. And since there is a precedent for reparations, whether it's with the Native Americans or the Japanese Americans that were in internment camps, since you created a precedent, and the federal government, again, I'm not talking about white people, I'm talking about the federal government of the United States of America. And again, I don't know how true this is, but they've taught it to us forever, is that we were offered as reparations for slavery 40 acres and a mule. Now, what would 40 acres and a mule be with, I don't know, a couple hundred years of interest? Like 150 years of interest on it? Because you never gave it to us. Not to mention, I mean, the Tuskegee experiments, the Tulsa massacre. There are plenty of other things that people could point to as like, hey, the federal government did wrong by this group of people. And since there's already precedent for reparations, you should probably do what's right. And I'd prefer to live in a country where the government tries to do what's right. And a lot of times America does. There's a lot of times it doesn't, don't get me wrong. But this is one of those. And I understand, like, how would you put a number on that now that it's been 150 years? You know what I'm saying? Since you owed us this. If you had done right in the first place when you actually had the ability to do so before the Federal Reserve took control of the printing presses, then we wouldn't have anything to say. I don't think any black people would have anything to say about it. But unless I'm unaware, there's never any compensation for slavery. So, and I get it, like, too, the first person to own a slave in America was black. So if there were black slave owners, they can't get paid reparations, and their ancestors can't get paid reparations, or their descendants, sorry, because they owned slaves, right? So it can get real fucking choppy, but they also don't like to teach us that black people were free to own slaves in America in certain places. So anyway, so let me go down to the next one. June 13th. I love the way he says, on our homeland. Nigga, your black ass was brought over here as labor. It's as foreign to you as boats in the rule of law. Well, again, I don't see anything racist with this. This is something that would could easily be attributed to any number of things. But to me personally, like, an African saying that and believing and being taught that you were brought over here, that black people were brought over here as labor, and that land was foreign to us. Yeah, to those Africans that were brought over on boats, which, if I'm not mistaken, is about 7 to 8% of the, I want to say 7 to 8% of the black slaves in America were brought here on a boat, according to the Jewish records, which they had most of the boats they owned. So they had a good idea of about how many. So even if we doubled the amount that is on record that was brought here on boats for labor, you're still talking about 16% of the black slave population in America, which would lead one to believe that somewhere between 92 and 84%, somewhere between 84 and 92% of the slaves in America that were dark skinned were already here. And how that is something that was real is something that you would have to research yourself. The history is there, but they don't teach it to us as Orthodox history, let's just say. But again, I don't find any of this racist.
Yeah, I wonder why anyone would block you. You're clearly a well-adjusted.
Neither do I see that as something that is like a blockable offense, like to me personally. It's a sticks and stones type of thing, in my opinion. It's saying things in a certain way that might ruffle feathers, but it's not really something that people can't understand. Nothing in your life was made or invented by blacks. Be grateful you were civilized by the genetically superior who let your line live and didn't just kill them. Nothing in your life was made or invented by blacks. Well, that's just not true. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, music itself wasn't invented by blacks, right? But the most popular forms of music on the planet are always black first for some reason. You can't exactly explain why, but you have blues. Blues becomes the most popular form of music on the planet. You have jazz. It becomes the most popular form of music on the planet. Oh, shit. You have like R&B soul becomes extremely popular. Then you have rock and roll. It becomes extremely popular. Then you have... and not just extremely popular, rock and roll becomes the dominant form of music on the planet, and then the same with hip-hop. Now, there's a lot of things that they say that black people invented, but the inventions can be wonky, too. If you just research Tesla, who was not a black person, but watch what he went through and how many things he invented well before the people who own the patents on them and who are celebrated as the inventors of these things, like Marconi with the radio and whatnot. History gets a little wonky with those things too. So I can't exactly say for sure. And really, again, it depends on what you're thinking. But at the end of the day, it wouldn't be hard to make a leap that the people who are able to create civilizations are potentially genetically gifted in some way, shape, or form. I know this might be a little bit of code because that is like a touchy thing for somebody to say, genetically superior. But when we see people who are born and there's nothing that they can really do to get their IQ above 80, and that's if the United States government military won't take you, then you're probably, I don't know how to put it other than in a way you are genetically inferior. It doesn't mean that you're your life is worth less value to me. And we don't know the conversations that these tweets are being taken from either. But anyway, the next one. America doesn't owe you blacks shit. You don't like America, fuck off back to Africa. Now, again, the vast majority of us were here already. We didn't come from Africa. But he doesn't know that. That's not what he was taught. And you'd have to look into it to know that. And America does owe us. You know what I'm saying? And again, the only reason I can really say that is because there's precedent. If the United States government didn't do anything for Native Americans, if it didn't do reparations for the Japanese Americans in the internment camps, then I would say no, America just does what it does, and it doesn't pay people just because it hurt them, even if they are civilians and citizens of America. But again, I wouldn't say it's racist. I'll say this. We're moving on to the next one. I'll say this. Racism is never existed or has never existed in the history of our species. Does anyone actually think any race was harmed purely for their skin and nothing else? If you ask the most virulent racist why he hates blacks, do you think he's just going to say, 'cause black? Really? Yeah. And I don't really call it racism because as far as I can tell, and again, for somebody who believes in the Bible, biblically we all come back to Adam and Eve, who are more than likely melanated. It would just make infinitely more sense if they were, because two dark-skinned black people can have a fair-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. I guess I could look that up real quick just to show you what I mean. Not an albino baby. That would make sense. We could see that, and that's where I think a lot of people think that fair skin came from, but had the right one right here, right? Yeah. A white baby with blonde hair and blue eyes was born to a black couple in Britain with no white ancestry. They were amazed. And I'll tell you what, look at this. Experts were amazed, and so were her parents, who are originally from Nigeria. What the flip? Is she mine? The father of the child jokingly asked. Now, it's been taken out of the Bible, and I don't really care because Jesus quotes from the book of Enoch. So if Jesus quotes from it, I'm pretty sure we can take it to mean that it was meant to be part of the Bible. And in that book, I think it's considered actually the book of Noah, which is considered a book of Enoch. I'm not 100% on that. But suffice it to say, at one point in the book of Enoch, we have in one part of the book of Enoch, we have, is this just all ads? Or are they just trying to get all their ads in before they show me the picture of the baby? No, they don't even care about showing me the pictures of the baby, I guess. But back to it. What the flip? Is this baby mine? It's fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. So at one point, let me just lay down the line real quick. So we have Enoch, who I believe at the time is the priest king of the Ethiopian kingdom. I'm not 100% on that. Again, But I know at one point, at least, I'm pretty sure Enoch is that priest king, and maybe of Israel. I'm not 100% sure if he was actually. And there's so many things in that book that I'm like, what does that mean? Anyway, the point is, we go Enoch. Enoch has a child. I believe his son is Methuselah. Methuselah begets Lamech. Lamech begets Noah. When Noah's born, Lamech goes to Methuselah, and he's like, I think the angels came down and slept with my wife because my baby doesn't look anything like me. He looks like the angels. He's got fair skin. His hair is like gold. His eyes are bright or whatever. I forget exactly how it's described. And Methuselah is kind of thrown off too. So Methuselah and Lamech, I believe, go to Enoch and ask Enoch about it. And Enoch, being around a little longer than them at the time, I guess, is like, no, that it happens. That's your son. And so we find out that Noah is fair skinned, but Noah marries a dark skinned woman. He has 3 sons that are all varying shades. One, I believe, is olive skin, one's more copper tone, and then one's dark skin. You have Ham, who's more dark skin. You have the copper tone is Shem, and Japheth is the closer to fair skin, olive skin individual. And then all the people on earth today came from those 3 and their families, right? So again, like as a black man, but also just as someone who believes in the Bible, I think it makes infinitely more sense that, considering it seems as though black people have the capacity to make all races, all of the races seem to be, the genetics for all the races seem to be present within black people. So, I guess I'll roll down so that you can see maybe a little closer, maybe. I don't want to have to do all this. Yeah, well, we'll do it. Just bring it a little closer. You see what I'm saying? So, to me, if we're capable of producing all the races, and we've never yet seen a recorded instance of 2 fair-skinned people give birth to a dark-skinned baby, it stands to reason that we are the progenitors. We're closer to Adam's DNA than anybody else. That's my opinion. And so, like, that's why I say, like, there's no racism, truly, in the history of our species. That I can agree with, because I believe there's only one race. So if you start to be prejudiced towards people based on the color of their skin, then, or how they looking different than your particular group, that's tribalism. That's all that is. For whatever reason, like the same way when I'm on the football field and I'm looking across at people who are wearing a different color jersey than me, they look different than my group. We're at war with them on the field. You see what I'm saying? But it's closer to tribalism than it is any kind of racism, just purely by definition, because of the way I view the human race. Because if you call us the human race, then what are you trying to say when you start saying other races, that they're not part of the human race? No. Well, then you're talking about tribes of humanity, tribes of the human race. You're not talking about a different species. So I can believe that and go with that. And also, you can go to the most racist places as a black person. I've done this plenty of times where living out in the country in rural Tennessee, I have to stop at places. I have to stop up on mountains and sometimes ask directions and this and that. I've yet to meet anyone who's not polite to me. And as far as I'm concerned, that means more to me than whether they're thinking in their head something racist about black people after I walk away or before I walk up. That means nothing to me if they treat me like they would any other stranger coming up to their place. And most people in general, from what I've gathered, whether you're talking about the Arabs, the Indians, the Asians, the Hispanics, the blacks, or the whites, regardless of who you're talking to, everything is kind of determined on first impressions, because we don't have time to like get to know you, and we can never know the true intentions of your heart. So we kind of have to protect ourselves based on like, what does this person look like? What do they dress like? Does it look like they take care of themselves? Do they put pride in their appearance? How do they speak? All of these things are going to factor into how a person perceives you, and in turn how they choose to treat you. So to me, like, because I was raised to respect people unless they show me disrespect, I've never been treated harshly, in my opinion, based on skin color by anybody other than blacks. Shit. Even in high school, there was my nigga Cole Roach. Damn, I probably shouldn't have put his whole name out there. But people thought he was racist, and I was like, no, he ain't racist. But if you're gonna like fuck with him, he's gonna fuck with you. And me and him were cool as shit. I always got along with Cole because we understood each other. Like, it's just, it's about respect, and if you show respect to him, he's gonna show respect to you. But don't come over here and talk a bunch of shit to him and assume that he's this or that, and then be mad if he's like, well, I wasn't thinking any of those things, but I'm thinking about you now. Like, you're being a bad representative of our tribe, and you're making our tribe look bad. And so you can't be mad if some people don't react favorably to that. It is what it is. I'm saying a lot of ums, but we're 2 minutes in and I'm just running at the mouth.
That's an individual, not at all an unhinged racist white supremacist or anything. You know, like,
oh dear, it really has been a tough few weeks for Disney Star Wars fans.
Oh
hasn't
my
it?
gosh, I don't know what just happened, but let's back.
Polly want a cracker.
I have to pee, y'all. I do. I'm gonna leave something running for you, but damn, dude.
Trying so hard to do right, but in my winning note, feeling so tired, but he filled me with the wind to go. Seek him and be patient, and I bet he send a signal. Say the day like that, man, but I ain't talking fiction. No, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, he loves you and wants to win you. So I know we in the last day, though no one really get it. Am I crazy for believing something I haven't seen? Am I crazy for seeing these visions up in my dreams? Am I crazy? Or is the world the worst we ever seen? Am I crazy? Or could this all really be happening? Hey, stay prayed up, y'all. Stay blessed. Draw close to God. He will draw closer to you. Crazy times we live in the name of Yahweh. But our God is created in Yeshua. Coronavirus could be the mark of the beast.
Alright. Let's jump back in on it be.
We got a parrot, y'all. One that has I mean, boards. But I wonder why hinged racist white supremacist or anything.
Yeah. From this to say racist white supremacist is just, especially considering it's the internet, bro. Like, I don't know. This is just like bullshit to me. And usually the people who are crying racist the most are the people most focused on race.
Thing, like making fun of a Jewish person's nose, retweeting.
Making jokes is not racist. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I cannot without fucking shit up today.
Polly wanna crack. He made half the gross.
Believing so. That's it with your ill.
He grifts. He jumps into a topic that is controversial with probably made a wrong
Out of his way to claim he.
in video form. But I guess when your IQ is cheese, it all gets a little funky. But yeah, I wonder why anyone would block you. You're clearly a well-adjusted individual, not at all an unhinged, racist, white supremacist or anything. Like making fun of a Jewish person.
Yeah, again, I don't care. That's just funny. It's a fucking joke.
His nose, retweeting anti-black.
Retweeting a post that says, they are a useless, feral race. The combination of low IQ, zero impulse control, and inability to have empathy for another human is a bad combination. Lacking intelligence, they have a sort of animal cunning. They're good at marketing prey, hunting in packs, absolutely pitiless. Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know how well traveled you are, or anybody who really only equates this with blacks, because, hate to say it, but poor people of every race, and not just poor people, and I know black people at a much higher rate commit violence. It is what it is. We're bigger and stronger in most cases, so when you have the power but not the understanding of the responsibility of how much responsibility comes with having that strength, and when you're basically in a culture that does not appreciate education. I think that's the difference between the between the Asian and white cultures, and then the Hispanic, black cultures, and the Native American cultures too, is they seem to, and again, this is only a certain percentage of people within this culture, their particular cultures, at the bottom rungs of the Hispanic and the black community, and even in some of the Asian community and the white community, you'll see in like mountain folk or rednecks, what they say, where it's a very similar culture to blacks, in the ghetto, if you will, to the bad culture, to the bad cultured blacks, let's say. It's very similar. They don't really appreciate education in the same way that like the Chinese do, or the more affluent or upper class blacks or upper class whites, yada yada. They value education, but certain places, certain cultures are almost abhorrent to it. Like they're almost allergic to it. Like I was made fun of because I spoke clearly with proper diction most of the time. I still speak however I feel like is natural, and I try to speak on the level of those that I'm speaking to. So there would be times when I would speak with more Ebonics to try to get my point across. But yeah, I would be made fun of for talking white, quote unquote, which to me is, again, like it's this something that's ingrained in them from a young age, that being educated is square or not cool or lame or doesn't help you or benefit you in life or something like this. And it's ruinous when it moves through generations like that. The only difference is a lot of times rednecks live out in the country. There's not as much opportunity to do a crime that's not going to lead directly back to you. But if you're piled into a cityscape amongst millions of people who look like you, and the police are overwhelmed, and you don't have something, but you could go out and take it from somebody else and be fairly confident that the police will never get to your case. Like, you know what I mean? It kind of can foster some of that too. Because I'm sure a lot of people in the beginning, you know, are more idealistic and want to do better, but when they watch people do things, illegal things, to get fast money, and they're not held to account for that, they don't face any punishments for that, it can lead you to adopting some of those same principles. And again, it becomes this not self-fulfilling, but it becomes a really rapidly spiraling out of control situation. It is something that you want to be aware of, though, wherever you go, that there are people out there. And it's not just us. I know that for a fact. But even I'm aware if I go into a certain area. You know, the same way I'd be aware if I'm going up on the mountain. I'm not just going to start walking into people's properties. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not asking for a problem per se, but I'm not doing the best I can to protect myself from being in a situation like that. So yeah, people should be aware and not be like, well, I'm not racist, so I'm gonna just stroll right through Compton. You know, I'm sure I'll be fine. Like, or Chicago or whatever. But it isn't, you know, the most tactful thing to say or repost, I suppose.
Tweets and outright claiming that Europeans are superior.
Driven by envy because Europeans are superior. I don't know. 100% envy of superior European beauty. I don't know, again, to what extent necessarily, where like what the context is here. But it does come across as envy, in my opinion, a lot of times. So I'm not sure exactly to what we're actually discussing. But I will say this, it's really hard to say that Europeans are superior. You know, maybe over this past 400 years, but it's been, you know, through a lot of duplicitous means. I will say that, and a lot of deceptive means. Before guns existed, I'm pretty sure we all know who ruled the earth, because we were just too big and too strong. And then there's a lot of stories about that black Mongol empire that swept over China, that just kept picking people up from these Chinese cities because they gave them the freedom to say, hey, if you'll fight for us and you'll pay your taxes, we don't care what you do. You can be a farmer, you can be an artist, you can be a bricklayer, whatever it might be. Like, well, I guess it wouldn't be a bricklayer because the Mongols were more nomadic people at the time, but we just swept over Asia. And again, this is something that they're not going to teach you, because then I feel like it leads you to the idea of like, well, why are there afros and black faces on Italian mansions? You know, like these huge brick buildings that have been there for 1,000 years, and the gate has a a black face in bronze on the gate. It's odd. Or if you look at the what's it called, the coat of arms for a lot of European countries, you'll see, in some cases, you'll only see black faces on their coat of arms, dressed like nobility, and it's kind of hard to ignore. And then you'll start wondering about the monarchies and the royals in Europe today, and when they took over. I just think a cataclysm happened, and they took advantage of it. And I think, and again, this is long, like big picture type shit from history, and again in biblical context, where I feel as though that what happened was we were running the earth. We were given the earth because we worship the Most High God. That's what I believe. And I mean, we took it to, like, it was hard to deal with us because we were bigger, stronger, and faster, and you had to fight us. You know what I mean? And then if you add in the bow and arrows that apparently our Mongol Empire had at a time when others didn't, when you add in that, it's like there's no stopping this group of people. The only thing that's going to stop them is like whether they run out of resources or inwardly collapse. Yeah, and there's just a lot of evidence of this worldwide empire of connected kingdoms that traverse the globe and that are everywhere, you know? I mean, I don't believe it's a globe, but you know what I mean. And because of that, and that's why I'm like, and for beauty, I mean, I've yet to see a race of women that don't have beautiful women in them. You know, like, I've yet to see a race of women or a tribe of women or a tribe of people that don't have beautiful women in it. Like, any of the Arab, any of the Asian, any of the Hispanic, any of the black, and any of the white, and even Native American, I've seen beautiful women of every descript, and there's definitely handsome men of every descript. So, you know, now we kind of look at, I think to a certain extent, there's a psychic, almost, a psychological component where people emulate the people who rule the earth, like, and try to look like them, and the way that they look becomes the accepted standard of beauty to an extent. And of course not all of them, but the ones that the world considers beauty, whether it's Princess Diana or whatever. Now, when the world was a little different, maybe 700 years ago, it seems as though for a long time people were emulating a different race of people, or a different tribe. And there's definitely still people who are still emulating black people to this day. And there's a reason why they're knocking lips and noses off of statues everywhere, you know. It's not a surprise. I'm 2 minutes in still. I'm just loving this.
You would never do those things. Anyway, continue boring us, please.
Within about 3 minutes into this laughable circus hellscape, I could see why I was sent this. Because it is comedic levels of appalling and loaded with more arse than Diddy's hard drive.
No, you were sent it because you are a parrot, a junior grifter, and that video hurts the feelings of parrots and grifters alike. That's why you disliked it, because the seat is getting hot. People are starting to push back on the nonsense people like you peddle, so of course you have to try this weak attempt at a rebuttal. This is
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does this come off like projection to anybody else? Like, people are waking up to the leftist point of view being this manufactured establishment point of view for the status quo. And to be fair, like, when I hear the well-respected left ideologues or pundits, their arguments aren't logically sound, and 9 times out of 10 require belief in some kind of misinformation or propaganda in order to have it be seen as a tenable position. And it's sad to see, because I've been watching, like, I'll have to do it on this on a stream at some point. But the education level is so terrible in this country now. I don't know what to even make of it. Because if you read the Gettysburg Address, well, maybe Abraham's but I don't feel like it is a bad example. Abraham Lincoln was smart enough to know that he needed to speak to the public in such a way that they would understand. You read the Gettysburg Address, where he's addressing the nation, and he expects them to understand what he's saying in a time where they would, maybe potentially they would have the ability to read the paper as much as they want, if it was written in there, but they wouldn't have a recording. They wouldn't have the ability like this to watch a video back and back and back to really get it. So to me, it screams to the point that in, 1863, 4? I'm not sure when the Gettysburg Address actually was given, but it speaks to the fact that the people were so well educated at that point that he knew that they would understand that language. And it makes English almost sound like a different language. It's wild. And so it's just sad, like, to see people deceived in such a way, because I'm like, the only way that they would believe this is if they've believed everything that they've been told. Well, I wouldn't say the only way, but the other way is that they know that it's wrong, but they're captured by their audience and they don't want to lose what audience they have. I did unsubscribe from Birdman, just because this, my goodness, like, it's just sad to see.
This is expected collateral damage, and you just happen to be Jamie Foxx.
The man goes out of his way to claim he is apolitical. Listen here, Junior, this is not my first rodeo with your ilk, and I can already tell your scent from a mile off. You reek of shit because you're full of it.
Then this ought to be easy. I mean, that's what I thought the moment I hit play on this redundant shit. You see, you ain't the first to whine about someone that isn't on your side being critical.
Let's take a look. Okay. Wow, so you're a right-winger. This is 2 years ago. Just to give you a little understanding. That's how far back you need to go to find one of these examples. Wow, so you're a right-winger. No one criticizes the left this much and is apolitical. Why don't you just come out as an alt-right shithead already, bird brain? Then at least you'd insult our intelligence a little less. LOL, you people. Now, one could, if they wanted to, interpret that as some kind of discrimination. What do you mean, you people? Anyway, listen up, lefty. No one cares about your politics here, least of all me. We make fun of everyone on this channel, and yes, that includes brain-dead political types that make owning alt-right Nazis their entire personality. Your words here, learn to laugh at yourself. It's not that serious. Your words here belie a problem. Why would you use this example? I guess he didn't expect you to stop and read it, I guess? Good Lord.
Critical of your side and then immediately going, see, you're on the other side. You all do that. You don't have a
Absolutes, Sith only deal Sith deal in absolutes, my guy. And when you say all or every or never, it's not even a question. You're wrong. It's not even a question. That 99% of the times when you use an absolute, you're empirically, you are statistically going to be incorrect more than not. But again, I can't keep stopping it. I'm never going to get through this shit.
talking point that hasn't been addressed already. So this video will just be a long-winded whine.
But rather than merely telling you guys all of this, why don't we let him show us? So let us take a gander at the first 3 minutes of the unhinged cringe that is this video, shall we? That's right, within 10 seconds into the video, and the word Nazi is already mentioned.
This is who you guys sent? Really? Okay, let me hold your hand, Forky. You just demonstrated poor media literacy. First of all, it would probably do you some good to consume a video essay in its entirety before you react to it. And that's all this video is, a reaction video. The inherent problem with reaction content is that you don't know where someone is going with their point until you reach that point in the video.
While this is true, guess what? You can then adjust your position since you are reacting on the fly. Once the entire point has been laid out, you can then adjust your position. Say, oh, well, if that's what he's saying, then I guess that's not a big deal. So there's nothing wrong with reacting to it. Unless you just don't want to be held accountable because you enjoy holding others accountable, but it's not as enjoyable on the other side.
But by then, you've probably made a wrong assumption about what the essayist is saying. So all this hilarious overreaction to the word Nazi is telling everyone is that you have a particular sensitivity to that word.
The way the media has never stopped talking about Hitler and Nazism, and the way that the left particularly uses this word to silence anyone who disagrees with them, it would make sense for one who's actually paying attention to the political landscape to be aware and to be vigilant and to be wary of that word being leveled against them. Let's read this one too, since he wants to bring up so many. For the same reason I know blacks have lower IQ and commit more crime. Oh wait, why do so many professing Christians hate Jews? For the same reason I know blacks have lower IQ and commit more crime than women, and women are destructive and psychopathic. Pattern recognition. Yeah. Nope, blacks are genetically prone to committing crime. They never had a society of morals or long-term thinking. The concept of sin and guilt doesn't exist in their mind. They ran on raw force, nothing more. They're really primitive in the grand scheme of things. Which again, if you're talking about, I really wouldn't say genetically prone, except for the fact that they're, getting their genes from people who may have been committing crimes. But if that's the case, again, then I have to say that Australians are genetically predisposed to committing more crimes as well, since they're a country they're literally descendants of criminals. And I can't blame the pattern recognition for blacks having lower IQs, because that has been tested. And again, it's on average, and on average, most of us are in a culture that doesn't celebrate or value education. So again, there's no fucking surprise there. And women are destructive and psychopathic. I don't really want to get into that, but I can see the pattern that you're referring to.
In any case, the point being made here is neatly illustrated with the word fucking right before your trigger word. That's me indicating this quote that is usually attributed to Goebbels, an actual Nazi, is correct, and I'm begrudgingly agreeing with what's being said.
Yes, of course you would agree with that, because that is what you are currently engaged in doing. At least it seems so. Because again, I'm 5 minutes in, but I'm looking for a fucking argument here.
That's one of the secondary themes in this video, that a broken clock is correct twice a day. Something you're sure to miss again when a certain streamer appears in this video. The illusory truth effect is a phenomenon that was first detailed in this video. Something you're sure.
All right, let's one more, I guess. So this is someone commenting to Birdman. I mean, and this is 2 weeks ago. I mean, I used to watch both yours and his channels a lot, but recently he has gone full politics, resulting in me rolling my eyes more than anything. But he frequently has Mahler on his show, and I like listening to him talk. You, on the other hand, have not been political. However, I keep up heavily with politics, and using Destiny as a talking point is tone deaf. After the Trump attempt, he openly said about the victim who got shot and killed, fuck them and fuck his family, and then doubled down saying anyone who is a Republican in his audience should know that if any of them were shot and killed, then he'd make fun of them. I also think you depicting him as being a Nazi is a wild leap. Yes, his takes are very exaggerative, but come on, he is not a Nazi. I'm tired of hearing that word used when not referring to actual terrorists. I may not be inherently political, but I don't tell other people not to be. Destiny is what he is, but he was right in the clip that I used. I don't do the message is otherwise good, but because I don't like the messenger, the message is not good. That was literally the secondary point of the quote at the beginning of this video. I'm just going to let that go, because to me it's not illustrative of anything and doesn't do anything to serve either point.
Sure to miss again when a certain streamer appears in this video. The illusory truth effect is a phenomenon that was first detailed in a 1977 study. It's the inclination of people to believe false information after being exposed to that false information many times.
You mean like believing someone is a threat to democracy after hearing it over and over again on a daily basis?
Unsurprisingly, our plastic friend is a Trump.
If you were apolitical, you wouldn't care whether he sympathized with either candidate. That being said, which side owns the most media coverage? Who gets the most positive coverage? And who gets the most critical coverage? So, guess what? People who are leftists, who go to their leftist news media outlets to get their information, hear the same talking points over and over and over and over and over. And they become familiar to them. And then they believe them. And then they will fight hard, desperately, against anyone who says otherwise, which you seem to be engaged in on all fronts. No one else does. It's a little interesting. Oh, man, this is sad.
Sympathizer. One wonders why he has a problem with this video. This is already giving me a headache, so let's skip anything that doesn't have to do with responding to claims I've made. In that study, they found out that the more familiar the information feels, the more likely that familiarity overpowers a person's rationality.
I mean, that's leftism in a nutshell.
You see why we're skipping this nonsense, right? That's nothing to respond to and easily
I'm seeing a pattern already. We're already skipping things where an argument could actually be made. And he's just saying, oh, you see why we're skipping this, right? No, I don't. But continue.
could be used against his particular flavor of politics. It's a
I'm sorry, but it can't. Only Fox News is really supportive to the right side point of view. But everything from Hollywood, anything that Disney owns, which is ABC, CBS, whatever, they're all saying, doing the same thing, which is this forced diversity, forced inclusiveness. And nobody would care if they were doing that with good stories behind them. Just like he's not going to mention that Drinker and Mahler and the entire crew really fucked with Arcane. They really liked Arcane. The lead character is a woman. And not only that, a lesbian. And yet, because it's a fully fleshed out, developed character within a good story, her sexuality or her orientation is only just happenstance. Her character happens to be that. If you want inclusiveness and you want to force diversity upon some form of media, make sure that you've created and crafted a great story to tell. Then nobody will care who or what characters are in it. People will go see it and word of mouth will travel. But if you put no effort into writing and you write a shitty ass story, it looks as if you created this movie for the express purpose of simply trying to get some diversity points, trying to look as if you're not Walt Disney. It's an old company. I'm willing to bet there's some skeletons in that closet. There might be a reason for all of this. What would you call it? It's like one of those, like, he doth protest too much, or trying to circumvent something, getting ahead of it.
non-comment, and he's positioning it as something he believes hurts my feelings because he mistakenly believes I'm a leftist. Either that or he's just preaching to his choir.
If you're not a leftist, this whole thing looks weird. It makes it look like you're a grifter and you only just parrot whatever you think will do well in your community and those that actually listen and watch your videos. But you've got, 240 244,000 subscribers. This is 4 days ago. Got 57,000 views. A good amount of engagement, I suppose. How many likes is on there? Be almost 10%. Interesting. All right. Well.
In any case, this shit is like a Christian yelling Zoroastrian criticism at an atheist. I literally don't care. How many times have you heard vaccines cause autism or go woke, go broke? There is a reason these people repeat these mantras over and over, even in the face of conflicting evidence, and that's because repeating false information.
All right, let's pause here for a moment. Now, what do you notice about the thumbnails and the content creator?
Apologize. I got to pause for a different reason. How many media outlets do you see saying go woke, go broke? The institutions with the real reach don't say those things. The real institutions with the real reach didn't say anything negative about vaccines.
Conflicting evidence, you say? Yeah, it's not like tanking box office numbers or headlines like these might be telling you all is not right at Disney or something now, is it?
Oh, this is gonna be easy. Interesting image you chose there. It's quite clear you didn't read that article because you're using this as a counter to my position on go woke, go broke. If you actually took the time to read said article, it's simply describing how Disney's streaming service numbers were inflated due to the pandemic. Because of course they were. We saw that same effect here on YouTube. Naturally, once the businesses and schools that were locked down began opening up, their numbers went back down.
Yeah, but you can't really explain away the fact that there just aren't that many good movies anymore. You know, sorry. They're not being written with any kind of effort in mind, with any kind of anything that makes them stand the test of time. Less and less people are going to the theaters. There's people like me out here who would prefer to watch people tear the movie to shreds than to actually pay my money to go and see some shit. That's why someone like Drinker has the reach that he does, because it specifically points to the fact that people are dissatisfied with Disney, with Star Wars and Marvel in particular. Because really Star Wars is where a lot of these channels immediately blew up, because people are like, well, if they would pay $4 billion just to put this bullshit on the screen, what the fuck? Like, and just destroy a franchise for no reason? They just don't care about telling a good story anymore? Okay. So yeah, he might have used an article that didn't, perfectly encapsulate his point, but I'm willing to bet that not a movie has come out that's come close to Infinity War. And really, I mean, even those movies that led to that seem to be an aberration more than like a rule. The people that were working on it at first were really passionate, and they had a plan. So Disney was able to actually like kind of adapt to that plan that already existed. But once that plan had run its course, and then Disney's writers had to come up with what was next. What's that? We ain't seen nothing worth having. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, maybe Andor, maybe no, I can't think of a Marvel project that I have wanted to go and see since. I mean, I did go and see Deadpool 3, Deadpool and Wolverine, but again, it was plagued by the same issues that all of Phase 4 was plagued by. And it just could have been a much better story, one that actually would have been memorable, but they chose to do what they chose to do. And really, the article from Forbes is just saying what Disney said. I'm really doubting that Forbes was actually like given access to Disney's records or some shit. So, Disney doing PR and then you're using the Disney PR to try to justify your point might not be the best tact either.
Because of course they did. As Disney became somewhat reliant on those numbers, it hurt the company's ever-growing bottom line. That's what that headline is in reference to, genius, that they lost a big revenue stream due to the pandemic ending. It had absolutely nothing to do with go woke, go broke. On that same article, they show a chart of Disney's revenue literally growing every quarter since 2020, with an operating loss that peaked in 2022, but has since shrunk to less than pandemic numbers.
I started clicking on that shit. Now you don't show where you got this from, but suffice it to say, because it says just Disney, right, direct to consumer segment revenue, would the parks being closed not factor into that as well? So you can't really use this graph to illustrate your point about the streaming. You see what I'm saying?
Those screenshots I put on the screen were of grifters predicting Shang-Chi would flop. Like always, these people were dead wrong. As for a film released during the pandemic, it was one of the best performing films during the pandemic and wound up making over $432 million at the box office in only 18 weeks.
Yet nobody even remembers it. Now, you might say it was successful because it made money, even though worldwide it made $432 million. And considering you're not really taking in how much it costs to shoot, produce, the post production, or any of the advertising and marketing for the film. So maybe not the best idea to use this either. And not to mention, Shang-Chi was written badly and it's not a good movie, so it should have flopped, as far as I'm concerned.
For reference, a movie prior to the pandemic would be in theaters for something like 40 to 60 weeks. This places it around something along the level of Thor Ragnarok, if you extrapolate these numbers to the same length of time Ragnarok was in theaters. In other words,
if we extrapolate a bunch of shit and make up a bunch of shit and assume a bunch of shit, then it was successful. Okay. Interesting argument.
Shang-Chi made half the gross of Ragnarok in only a third of the time. If this is the level of receipts we can expect from you, you're in for a long night because you got the right one when you decided to make a video about me. Due to the kinds of people this video is sure to attract, I think I need to put my cards on the table. Firstly, I am not a political type. I rarely, if ever, bring up politics, and when I do, it's usually to make fun of them, left or right.
It's been not even 3 minutes into this video. You opened with a sentence featuring the phrase "a fucking Nazi," spoke about believing false narratives, and then featured a collage of culturally right-leaning content creators pointing out that leftist pandering pieces don't sell, and then topped it off by insinuating right-wingers are dickheads. Cut the crap, Junior. If you project left any harder, someone's gonna ask you your preferred fucking pronouns.
What happened to providing receipts, fruitcake? Aren't you supposed to be proving I'm a leftist? All you just did.
Now, he's describing what you said. Exactly, and how you edited the video together. Those are the receipts that you are projecting a particular viewpoint. Huh. I think this is where I started to feel like this was disingenuous. Like he knows that he's wrong, but he's just like he's got to stick to it. Now he could just decide not to fucking react to these things, but his audience will believe this shit, and they'll never look at it. They'll never, because of the echo chamber that is the left. It's very difficult for them to break loose of that, so they're never going to be seen absorbing any arguments or fucking even giving the other side a chance to speak on something in a way that, like, because they don't even want to hear it, because they don't want to risk agreeing with them at any point in time because Orange Man bad.
Would say, you insulted my side. Yeah, and I literally just said I make fun of politics. Was your rebuttal to
No. If you were a centrist, if you were apolitical, you wouldn't talk about it at all. Right? The whole issue is that politics is being put into movies in a very ham-fisted way. That's the argument. I don't understand how he gets off into all of these little divots, these mental gymnastics that he needs to do to protect his worldview. At least that's how it seems. And that's why people assume your worldview is leftist. Either that, or you're a grifter using deceitful means to make money off of your audience, to give them what they want.
show me making fun of politics? Yeah, I kind of said I'd do that. The title of this video is Exposing the Grift. While I can think of a few left-leaning grifters, the majority of grifters and parrots that infect media discourse are right-wing.
But the vast majority of the huge institutions that have way more reach and funding are in fact left-leaning. And these people, who, whether they're grifters or not, I mean, you put Vivek Ramaswamy on there. Okay. If people are just saying what they believe, what they truly sincerely believe, and this whether it's the left or the right, if they're truly saying what they believe to their audience, then it's not grifting. You would have to prove that they are purposefully being deceptive, which would mean you'd have to prove that they actually don't believe what they're saying, which I don't think you're coming anywhere close to, and you didn't for Drinker either. This looks bad for you.
You know, like you, the type that cry every time a game or a movie has a female protagonist, or a weirdo that brings up Trump twice randomly in a weak rebuttal to a video essay that doesn't mention Trump once. Thus, it logically follows that if I'm making a video,
He didn't bring up Trump specifically. He brought up the media coverage surrounding him. And that they say the same things that you're saying about the orange man bad. They say the same things constantly on the news, and you were saying how things that are repeated often can become familiar to those, and then they'll believe it. Well, guess what? The institutions with the most reach, with the most audience, that are replayed the most, are left-leaning. So the left-leaning ideologies are the most prevalent amongst the loudest, most vocal individuals, not the right. Not to mention the left doesn't have good arguments for any of the things that they want. The right does. So you would think that would appeal to someone who actually enjoys argumentation, but then again, he's yet to have an argument against anything that he's saying. He just goes off on a tangent about something else that's unrelated in such a way that he hopes that it makes you forget.
video talking specifically about those things, it's simply your turn to be made fun of. Also, I wasn't aware that believing in false narratives was solely a right-wing thing, but good job on saying the quiet part out loud. And it's really weird that you're this upset about me talking about Goebbels.
He was talking about leftists, and you using the same leftist narratives that everyone else uses, and that you were projecting so hard leftist because of that he thought if you continued to project any harder, someone would ask you I think he knows full well what he's doing. It's a little frustrating. It's like arguing with a child who's just smart enough to distract you from all the things that they're wrong about.
Since when was it a partisan issue to dunk on Nazis? I thought those were the bad guys of World War II. Do you disagree?
So you're trying to call him a Nazi again. Which is the preferred tactic of who again? Left-leaning people or right-leaning people? You brought up Nazis first. And when was it bad to dunk on Nazis? When have you dunked on a Nazi? You didn't. You were calling regular Americans Nazis because you disagree with them. Because what they're saying is the opposite of what your audience has come to accept as true, and therefore you feel a need to throw your hat in the ring, but you're not prepared for this, obviously. Because this is trash so far.
Disagree? For this behavior, I have been routinely called right-wing and left-wing by people who make politics their entire identity.
Yeah, because pulling up an old tweet featuring random people on your comment section without context months ago is really gonna sell me on your pitiful attempt to appear above the fray. You've done a great job of it so far.
All that.
And he's done that on this video. He's cherry-picked certain tweets for certain examples, some of which had to go back 2 years to find an example of him saying something that was construed as right-leaning. 2 years. which is more than long enough for someone to make a deal, per se.
Tells me is that, like your inability to read an article that you posted, you are unwilling to do the research and cannot comprehend very simple things. Listen to you. I literally say I criticize left-wingers and right-wingers with pictographic evidence, and you're clutching your pearls when I criticize the right-wingers. It's like, yeah, I said I do that. And what context do you need? You see the comments, you see my responses, you see the dates of the tweet in those comments. I'm presenting clear evidence of my behavior, something I've been doing for years and years before I even made that video. This proves that I don't hold a bias and that I will critique literally any.
A human being saying that they do not hold a bias is kind of hilarious. Hey, how you doing? Does that say Bella Willie? It's probably a bot? No, maybe not. I don't know. I hope not. Anyway. Man, it's fucking odd. This guy's fucking odd.
Anyone should they say something illogical.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, what I was meaning to say is, yo, how the fuck, like, I lost it again.
Thing I've been doing for years and years before I even.
Oh, right. So he's saying that he doesn't have a bias. So he's a machine then, I guess. There's so many reasons why I'm like, oh goodness, everything he says, there's a problem here. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing pretty well. Just crazy enough, I'm an hour and a half into this stream and only 11 minutes into this first video. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Let's keep it going.
Made that video. This proves that I don't hold a bias and that I will critique literally anyone should they say something illogical. There's obviously nothing here and you're grasping at straws. Let's move it along, shall we?
Read this tweet for yourself. Pause the video. I follow evidence, not political leaders. You follow people trying to get money out of you. My good God, talk about arrogant delusion.
Good idea. Let's pause here. The title of this video is To Defend Critical Drinker and Fry the Birdman, the latter of which would seem like a secondary goal of the video. Seems more like the primary goal of the video, doesn't it? And what's arrogantly delusional about that? I said I follow the evidence and that person follows grifters. Clearly you have an issue with climate change. I don't even want to touch this one, as we'll go off on an even further tangent than we already have. And
No way, he believes the exact leftist talking points about climate change too. No way, who could have assumed, just based off of this, since he's so apolitical, no one would be able to assume that.
I have a series debunking conspiracy theorists, so if you want to make a claim, it'll have to wait. That science is settled.
Obviously, this is someone who doesn't know anything about science. Science is not settled. It changes every 50, 100 years or so. If you haven't noticed, you must not know anything about it, I guess. Yeah. No, because you're talking about a 2013 study, and this is not accurate. There's not a consensus. Not by anyone who's not part of a governmental agency. But you don't care. You just care about what the government tells you to believe. Obviously.
As depending on the study, anywhere between 97 and 100% of scientists agree that human-caused climate change is happening. There is nothing arrogant about accepting scientific consensus. It's actually arrogant to think you know better than the thousands.
No, what's arrogant is to believe the government told you the truth just because they said it, and then try to hold other people accountable for not believing what the government tells them. You would be a Nazi. That's what you would do. You would have believed what the government told you, and you would have started going out there and harassing people and been like, you're arrogant for not believing what the government is telling us. Get under our boot. That's how you're coming across.
Of people who have dedicated their lives to studying this issue, but I digress.
And again, like, you're not looking at all of the scientists. You're simply reading a paragraph that the government gave you about what? About more than likely all 100% of the scientists that were talked to about this were given grants by the United States government. So none of this stuff is independently verifiable. And because it's not independently verifiable, it's not observable, and it's not testable. And you can't create accurate hypotheticals or hypotheses based on it. That means it doesn't smell. It doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't adhere to the scientific method, and therefore is pseudoscience. No ifs, ands, or buts. But you can believe whatever you want to believe because you're a human just like me. But good luck. Good luck.
Let's hear what you have to say about me saying I accept scientific consensus.
Everything about this man so far screams pseudo-intellectual huffing of own farts. When you're siding with people standing in the middle of traffic holding banners and gluing their hands to the tarmac, implying those people are driven by science, yeah, you should really evaluate your life at that point.
What the fuck was that? You present yourself as some kind of intellectual, yet you're here fighting a...
No, he called you a pseudo-intellectual. You had a chance to edit this, didn't you? Or are you doing the exact thing that you were complaining about earlier and reacting to the video in real time instead of watching it through first? Back up.
Evaluate your life at that point.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah. If you share the same viewpoints as a Nazi, for instance, someone like you would call that person a Nazi, correct? You have the same beliefs as those people who will picket, the same people that will fly their private jets around to tell you you need to stop driving a gas-powered car. That's the side that you're identifying with. You have the same beliefs as them, so he's grouping you in with them. It's not really a leap. It's not even an intellectual thing. It's an obvious thing to bring up.
You present yourself as some kind of intellectual, yet you're here fighting a straw man. Accepting scientific consensus is not the same as activism. You just went on a tangent about protesters, and by this point it should be clear to anyone here that this man has nothing on me, and his goal is to erect this boogeyman of leftist Birdman to attack because political types cannot criticize something if it's not the other side. This is why he has to twist and contort.
What? Yeah, people have sides. It's called humans. It's called discourse. People disagree. I don't. I'm so sad for this man. It's pitiable.
Court plainly stated words to fit this imagined enemy. Round peg, square hole. It's also pretty funny that he specifically chose the comment where I'm responding to a right-winger, but completely leaves out when I'm responding to left-wingers. Talk about a cherry pick to fit a narrative.
Also, I would love to see you do something about me. Please fuck around and find out exactly how liberal these hands are. Oh yeah, and of course, wanting to fight with random strangers on...
Okay, what did he say to make Birdman want to say these hands or find out how liberal these hands are? Let's see. The guy says, I was cool with your channel until you smashed Republicans and climate change. Smashed Republicans and climate change. So I don't know. Anyway. Smashed? I don't know. Anyway, fuck you and your liberal bullshit political views. That was it? So he says, fuck your ideas. And you say, I'll fight you. Okay. That's an interesting... It's very feminine.
On the internet.
You know, I could go through the trouble of providing evidence that Mr. Spuds here threatened me multiple times in other comments, hence my response here. But I don't...
Oh, so you had all the time in the world for all those other irrelevant, unrelated tweets to bring those up. But you... Okay. So that tells me a lot right there. It probably means there was no real reasoning for it. There was no reason to threaten another human being with violence because they disagreed with you and said, fuck your point of view. It makes you look bad, like you have this entire video.
I don't have to do that. I'll just reiterate what I told him. Anyone physically threatening me will be dealt with. Whether the threat is real or just shit-talking is...
So who's talking real bad behind the safety of their keyboard right now? Huh. Very interesting how it's something that should be shamed when other people do it, but when you do it, you're justified to do it, of course. It's very left-leaning of you.
Anyone's guess, but it ultimately doesn't matter. I intend to protect myself with deadly force if anyone feels froggy enough to leap. Try me if you want to.
Way to defy the stereotype.
Way to show everyone that you're a racist piece of shit. We all...
No, you're literally acting just like the stereotype right now. I mean, not quite. You're at least coming off, as a little more intelligent than the stereotype, but not much. Not with any scrutiny. Not with the smallest amount of scrutiny. And watching this video, your video itself. Even if I hadn't watched it, all of Utensil's video, and known how you're kind of twisting and dipping and dodging through arguments and avoiding most of the laser beams here.
Already knew that, but thanks for the confirmation, I guess.
Again, this is one man's attempt to sell you all the idea that he is somehow the enlightened centrist immune to bias. Newsflash here, Junior. This is an away game for you, and this is my home turf.
Okay.
The projection.
The fact is, I will take a side if it is logical to do so. For example, your side is the one that says, go woke, go broke. I stand against that idea and have provided evidence that debunks that claim. That's not centrism. That's being on the side of the evidence.
When you only get your evidence from one particular source and it's not independently verifiable information, you're on the side of propaganda, sir.
My research concluded that go woke, go broke was a thing, I'd be on your side. The problem is that your side often doesn't have any evidence to support the claims that.
Isn't it funny how he talks about being on sides when he said that he was a centrist? So why would he be on a side? He says that he's on the side of evidence, but he stops as soon as he goes to any government site and they tell him what it is, which ain't real research. That's, you might as well do the Wikipedia warrior shit that Destiny does.
You make. You just imply that you're a climate change denier, and we have a couple tweets from you to back up.
Who cares? It was global warming. You remember that, right? You're old enough to remember that. But I thought the science was settled. If the science was settled, then why'd they change the name to climate change? And even more so, nobody disagrees that the climate changes. The disagreement comes at the projections at which it becomes something life-threatening to humanity. And there's a lot of science out on that. Maybe 100% of scientists agree that the weather will change. Sure, because it has. But guess what? We've only had thermometers since 1830. It ain't even been 200 years that we've been able to measure the temperature. They have to do all these wild things to try to tell you they know what the temperature was 20 million years ago. But they don't. They don't know shit. Carbon dating is shit. So them trying to tell me what age something is already just a lost cause. When Mount St. Helens blew up, I think it was Mount St. Helens, doesn't matter. When a volcano erupted somewhat recently, it formed rocks. When they tried to use carbon dating on those rocks that had just been formed to ascertain the age of those rocks, it said they were 60, 80 million years old. So guess what? If it can't, which it doesn't ever give you the proper age of anything that you know the actual death date of, it can't be accurate on the things that you don't know the death date of. You'd be stupid to believe otherwise. And the people who do, the people who sell this to our youth, are the same people trying to sell us climate change. Now, you'll buy it because you live in California. It's what you're surrounded by, is all people saying the same things. And more often than not, you force yourself into a bubble to not hear anything other than what you already agree with. And that's why something like someone calling you out gets such a visceral response. Ugh. So sad.
That hypothesis. Well, the evidence points the other direction. Quite a few of your side support dangerous conspiracy theories like vaccine hesitancy.
Oh, okay, I'm done with this guy. That's all I really needed to hear right there, to be quite honest. To him, ideas are dangerous. He's looking more and more like a swastika. It's a Birdman. It's the eagle on top of the SS. That's what it's looking like to me. A communist, a socialist motherfucker. Because now ideas are bad. It's bad if people are hesitant to jab themselves, to make themselves guinea pigs for an experimental vaccine for the common cold. That's what is dangerous to him. In the face of myocarditis, in the face of the fertility issues that these things have caused, in the face of all these, and we're just scratching the surface of what it's going to do. You got to wait 20 years to really see what the effects are going to be. And he'll still say that it's dangerous that people wanted to decide what to put in their own bodies. This is the kind of person that you're talking to, and this is the kind of people that are out there. They think they know better than you for your own body. And then they'll try to justify it by saying, well, you're endangering other people. How do you figure? If they got the vaccine and you say that it works, then they should be protected. Should they not? If not, then what's the point of the vaccine? Oh, well, well, I just, uh, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's hollow. The mask, there's no science behind that. The lockdown, there's no science that actually agrees with them that it would be. I mean, you know how many people committed suicide? How many divorces happened because these people were locked down and started going through this fucking trauma in their house and unable to do anything to escape it. Man, this dude really said that vaccine hesitancy, not even being anti-vax, not even that you're saying that it causes autism or that or myocarditis or any of the others. You were just hesitant to take something that had literally just been developed for a virus that had literally just been developed and designed. This thing literally just got made in China, and now they're just making the vaccine today, and I'm supposed to take it tomorrow. But you're on the side of logic and science. But if you were on the side of science, you would know that's not how experiments to determine the efficacy of a particular medicine are done. You don't just give it to everybody willy-nilly. No, it needs to be controlled, and people need to agree to it. They shouldn't be threatened with being fired. If it was something that actually worked, that actually helped people, you wouldn't have to threaten them to take it. You wouldn't have to mandate them to take it. Word of mouth would travel that this thing is good for you, and people would do it on their own. But because you feel the need to use force to try to propagate your own ideas about how people should behave, it makes you look like the Nazi. It makes you look like the Mao. It makes you look like the Stalin. But they don't have any self-awareness of this. Or they do, and they're just trying to make that money. Hey, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. With the level of research that I've seen so far, it's sad, but this is where the Birdman is at. I feel like he's hanging upside down and just shitting all over himself. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm just going to move on because this is just revolting to me. The disingenuousness, the fucking, I'm sorry, the unbridled fucking bullshit. Do. Yeah. Okay. So what do we want to move on to next? Let's pull this over now that I'm not gonna be. But damn, like I was on this shit. Whew. I mean, it's sad. Well, let me look real quick if it's on here. I think it got deleted. Yeah, it kind of looks like he deleted my shit. No surprise there. He wasn't trying to have that comment be on there. I understand. Oh, wait, no, I'm on what? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me come over here real quick. Boom. Let's go to playlists. Stream. I still never watched that. I don't think I'm gonna watch that shit. That shit's a little crazy. Sorry.
The best way to handle 10.
Whoa. Can we not? Yeah, let me...
As per the latest Table 43 data from...
Because I'm not seeing any real arguments. Let me see. Oh, yeah, he didn't delete him. I didn't think so. Okay. Yeah, so I put it 1936, yet we're 19 minutes in because this is right after he talks about, like, the arguments that Utensil is making. And I'm like, yeah, we're 19 minutes in and you have yet to put forth any arguments with any value. It's like you're one of those things that allows you to watch TV on the wall. What's that called again? A projector. And 2312, no, he was referring to black people. Yeah, okay, I'll touch this one.
FBI's website in 2019, a per capita dog whistle, but...
Do tell me something. If there's a scene involving someone committing a violent crime...
That because black people are only 14% of America's population, that they should only show up 14% of the time? Somehow this all goes out the window when we point out that white people are overrepresented in the 1%. All of a sudden, diversity matters when it comes to the villains, huh?
Do tell me something. If there's a scene involving someone committing a violent crime, would it be fair then to assume there's a more than 50% chance it should be someone black? I mean, if I'm being consistent with your own logic here.
No, because you're trying to funnel in a per capita dog whistle.
Now again, he did say a violent thing, didn't he? Well, shit, I guess he might have him on this one. That he might have not spoke correctly on this one. Because I was thinking, when he mentioned 50%, I wasn't thinking about just violent crime. Because I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we make up 50% of all violent crime. But black people are 13 to 14% of the population, and we do make up 50% of homicides. So the most serious of violent crimes, we do make up 50% of those. So as the perpetrator. So what he's saying isn't necessarily incorrect. Again, but that's all I'm not gonna give Birdman really anything else because he seems to be a propagandist, quite honestly.
Like the way you sound, you make it sound like every guy is capable of this type of action that you do.
It's absolutely.
But let me put it this way: some guys, their girls are so important to them that it's almost like you're saying, let's say you're in Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
you got a pile of fucking chips, pile of chips.
Yeah.
These chips mean a lot to you.
Right.
You seem like the kind of guy that is willing to put that motherfucker down and look, I'm gambling it. If I lose it, what the fuck? If I win, hey, I got twice as much. You are willing to take a relationship and lay it on the line and willing to have it walk out the fucking door.
Anthony, you're a movie genius. What did De Niro say? What was one of his famous lines from fucking Heat?
Oh shit, Heat is one I'm not as familiar with.
He said that don't attach yourself to nothing you can't walk out in 30 seconds or less. And that is how you're supposed to approach it. As soon as you feel the heat on, as soon as you feel like, whoa, this is not fun. There is not one reason why you should have a bad time in a relationship. Why? I come in here, right? If I come in here every day for 4 hours, at what minute do I cause you motherfuckers pain and suffering? At 1 minute, do you cause
702?
702. But do you cause each other pain and stuff? Like, cause you think you can. You come in, you like, what's up, oh? He goes, what's up, man? Blasey, what we gonna do today? We getting along. Blah. That's a relationship. So at what point there's ups and downs and there's enough fucking downs that's gonna happen without the help of the motherfucker you love.
But don't you think that if you're willing to put yourself in a situation where you're able to walk away in 30 seconds like that, just walk away, that maybe you're putting up some barriers that you could be having an even better time.
No.
If you would invest a little more, that you couldn't possibly walk away.
Absolutely.
No.
This is listen. I can
I'm just playing the pussy whip advocate here.
No. I can only love, and this is anybody. I can only love somebody 90%. That's the most love I can give. That's the highest, because I have to save 10% to survive in case that person ain't shit, in case they leave me, in case they cheat.
You go 100%, then you're shooting yourself.
You go 100%.
You jump out a window.
What have you got left for you? You understand? So I need something to survive. Human nature is human nature. I don't plan for it. I just go, I'm going to survive it. So when I say 30 seconds or less, that's euphemism. That's hypothetical. Yeah. But I'm saying, sweetie, if you don't threaten to leave me, just leave me, because I'm not gonna play the game with you. It's like I have to survive. I have to survive without you. If you decide that's the control. Power corrupts. If you give a motherfucker power, they're going to abuse it. I do comedy for a living. The worst thing you can do when you're bombing in front of a crowd is try to make them laugh. When I bomb, I chase the motherfuckers out the door. Leave, faggot. You don't like it, go. Go fuck your mother and go.
That's a great philosophy.
And you know what they do? They don't leave.
Let's go to Slim. Slim in Georgia. Slim.
What's up now? I just called to call Patrice lying motherfucking ass out. First of all, that motherfucker talking about, I don't know where the fuck he got his old lady from. He had to do like Eddie Murphy and go to Africa and get one of them Google bitches. But I'm telling you like this, that motherfucker would not talk to no black girl the way he talking. He was saying, I'm telling you,
dude. You know what? A lot of motherfuckers. I'm a
real black girl, man.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. That works mostly on black women, because black women give you the attitude that you have to control. Now, here's the thing, dude. People hate you. You don't know me, man. People hate me so much that they would do nothing more than to want to see me be a hypocritical, fat fucking asshole. Niggas know me. When I have a girlfriend, man, black, and more black. You don't never see me with no white girl, half white at the most. Like my girlfriend now, half white. But I'm gonna tell you, I apply it to progressive. Like this, a girl I used to go, she was a lawyer, used to call her bitch. Shut up, bitch. And she used to cry and go, I can't have my friends see me and call me bitch. I'm a progressive black woman. Because I tapped into a primal thing with her. That's why, let me tell you who the dirtiest women are. Fuck-wise, who you can fuck easy, a doctor, a lawyer, a fucking professor. You know why? Because all day long they deal with phony men going, yes, Professor Jones, absolutely. When really our relationship with women are, God damn, you got some nice titties. So where when they get off work and you meet them and you go, what do you do for a living? I'm a teacher. Really? All day controlling those kids with a fake relationship? Really? Let me suck on those titties. What? Shut up. Let me see one of them titties. Why are you saying this? I don't know. And then you're fucking a teacher or fucking a doctor. I'm telling you, Oprah is an easy lay.
Let's go to Bob in Pennsylvania. Bob.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Hey, man. A couple callers ago, the guy called in and was asking Patrice for help, and Patrice mentioned about, keeping his skills sharp and all that kind of stuff. And I can just honestly say, what he said worked wholeheartedly, and I've been married 10 years, and about 2 years ago, it's that very issue saved my marriage. When we got married, I dropped every contact of females that I ever had, to please my woman. And, from then on, it just kind of got boring, and, our sex life was there, but it was like once a week, but it was out of necessity. It wasn't out of want. And about 2 years ago, I started, we had 2 kids and, more money. We needed more money. So I started bartending. And, on the weekends, my wife would, we'd get a babysitter. My wife would come down while I was working, and she'd see me interacting with all these people, especially females, because we have a lot of females that come to the club. And I swear to God, from that point, she was fucking me regularly. And it was just because, it was along that line of what Patrice said. Exactly what he said works.
And if she thought for a minute, this is women, they compete with other women physically. Like, guys compete with other guys mentally. Like, you would be upset if you saw somebody talking to your woman and she was, like, sitting there like this with her hands in her chin, like, listening to some guy's horse shit.
all intently and laughing at his shit. And
this girl is like that. She had to compete with what she has to compete with, which is she starts fucking him more and starts, applying herself sexually, knowing that, oh, shit, there's another chick that will take my place immediately. That the love you give her, man, she has to earn that love. But the thing is, women don't have. And again, do you think this shit is all fucked up? But when did a woman ever need to have skills in the love department, in the getting a guy department? Never. They don't have the skill to keep a guy. We have to teach them the skill to keep us. Right. Like my girlfriend is my girlfriend right now. Until she leaves me, then she's somebody else's fucking girlfriend. but I gotta write a book. Yeah, but like I never fuck her the way she like the first time we started fucking, she's like, I like when you rub this again. I said, I'm not doing some shit some other motherfucker did. Nigga, you my girl now, bitch. I'm nibbling the back of your kneecap so you can tell the next nigga that you like your back of your kneecap nibbled. You want your fucking... I said niggles.
All right, listen. Holy shit.
I hope you've been trying to get rid of this shit for the last hour.
It's classic.
No, honestly, it's great. I mean, we could do another half hour.
There are guys taking notes out there, Patrice.
Nighthawk.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Patrice. I'm a truck driver. I do stay on the road to get away from my bitchy wife I've been married to for 17 years.
See that, Ohio?
See that, Ohio?
Miss Ohio?
No, I'm from Tennessee.
No, not you. There was Janet. There was Janet. There was a lady that called in earlier. Her husband was a truck driver, and it's like, yeah, you. It's a perfect job to have because you know what? How can you have a job where you long, like you driving and you long to see your wife?
Yeah.
You understand? It's like you would never be a fucking truck driver. He go, man, I'm gonna work in a fucking warehouse before I be on the road 6 days a week from my beautiful, lovely fucking woman.
There are jobs where all of a sudden you're sent away from your wife or girlfriend or something, and you're just like ripped apart. They're at the airport. Oh, man. And this guy's choosing to leave his wife on a daily basis.
And drive 1,400 miles away and deal and sleep in the back and risk getting killed at a rest stop and fucking and it's like, but I love it's you know what, every guy out there, I understand this because it's not loving you is easy, ladies. I love my girl. The thing is constantly liking her. Constantly liking her is what the problem is in relationships. She knows when you love her. You love your girl because you fucking bring money home to her. You bring you home to her. But that doesn't mean, like, if I bring myself home to you, can't you fucking just do what I need to do to keep me fueled up to be a man that you can be attracted to? That's what the fuck is going on, ladies. Not that we don't love you, not that I'm a fucking caveman. It's just don't think that I'm supposed to do shit. I'm not supposed to do a fucking thing. But aren't there times in the relationship that your girl does something and it evokes some type of, not in your mind, it consumes your body how much you don't like her at this moment, and it's not even tangible, but it's things like eating. Yes, waiter, I'll have a steak, some chicken, and Caesar salad. And then, what do you have, sweetie? I have a salad, and I just eat some of yours. It's like, bitch, no, you won't. That's codependency that's infiltrating my space. Get your own, I'll pay double. Order your own fucking chicken. Order the same chicken that I get so you don't taste mine because I see what you're doing. You think that shit is like something, I
didn't even identify that as anything but her going,
control.
I'm not going to eat enough. But you see it with like X-ray vision. You have like vision like bugs have. Like we see this. Bugs look, there's all kinds of fucking fluorescent shit and infrared and ultraviolet. That's how Patrice sees shit. I see a girl going, I'm really not that hungry. I'll get a salad. I'll eat some of your food.
A boy. They got the balls to do it kind And it was right after once, and he was sitting with me, talking to me like it was nothing, like nothing was gonna happen. That's what makes me mad.
Huh.
Yeah. That's fake.
What's up with that?
I don't appreciate that.
Or it's something that he doesn't know how to talk about.
Yeah. Shit, you can have all the space in the world, honey. You can never have my space again if you want. I don't care.
So it's not so expensive. He sees this controlling fucking bitch is being codependent through his fucking ultravision.
His sight goes right to the DNA.
Right.
His sight goes right to the DNA.
Because it's a gut feeling. You feel how you feel. Feelings are real. So if you feel something and you're a rational person, you go, okay, usually I'm a rational dude, but I'm feeling something right now.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? Sometimes I might overreact. It might be 3 times out of 10 or some shit. I might be wrong on it. But it's like, look, why are you eating from my, it's ours. It's something of yours that's now mine.
I never would have thought of that in a million years.
Bitch, I don't give a fuck if you're not hungry. Order 10 steaks, and we'll put it in the bag or we'll throw it away. But you're not gonna fucking not order so that you can eat off my fucking.
This is what we're gonna try to do.
Love it.
2 more phone calls, and then we're gonna take a break because we've been going like an hour and a half here.
People ask me all the time if you.
Yeah. So you know damn well.
Why you look so spiffy today, Caleb?
The way you sound.
This is shit I put on when I woke up.
I know. I was wondering why you looked like it this morning. I just didn't ask.
I don't know. It's just a jacket. Other than that, it's just my work clothes and shit. Oh man, but you already know how that is. Yeah, don't order something so you can then try to take some food on my fucking plate.
No, I at least order something and then I ask.
Then try to steal some shit off the nice plate.
Cause I want to know what it tastes like, so I might like it next time. You know? But I'm not gonna take all of it. That's crazy.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh.
It's like
So like just one bite is hell.
There's something wrong with it. It's like what he's trying to say is like it's kind of like a sign of codependence, and it's like it's showing you a toxic thing right now. That like they're there, they could have ordered anything. They decided to order the least and then take shit from you. Especially if you're the dude paying for the whole meal anyway, and it's like, no, I ordered this because I want to eat this, all of it. You can't just give me one bite. It's the principle, bitch. You should have ordered yourself some. And girls do that shit in the fast fast food lane all the time. No, I don't want anything. No, I don't want anything. And then they go in and start stealing your fries and shit.
Caleb, listen. What if she got what she wanted, but she's never heard or seen what you got? So she has her own food already, and she asked for just a bite just to taste it. Is that bad? Like, I'm just asking. Like, I'm genuinely curious.
I mean, I guess it depends on how he goes about. She just fucking reaches over and tries to grab some shit.
Like, she has her own food. Let me sit up. I'm on a date. He has his food. He got, I don't know, he got something I've never had before. I have something I've had before. I see it. I'm like, hey, that looks good. And I ask, can I have a bite? I've never had it before. Is that bad?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's bad.
Okay, then. I can get when they don't have any food and then they're taking your food. But if they have food and then they just ask for a bite of yours, like, that shouldn't be a problem. You shouldn't have a problem sharing with the person you're with. I can understand if they didn't get anything at all and now they're taking your stuff. But if they have something, they just want to see what you like. Like, I don't see how that's such a bad thing at that point.
Well,
at that point, if they don't get anything, I can understand it.
Would you let your friend do that?
If they didn't have their own food, no, I wouldn't. If they had food and I had food and they wanted to try some of my food, I would let them. Because then I know they're not going to keep coming back for more because I know they already have some. Or they shouldn't, and I won't let them.
They'll be like, I don't like this that I ordered. Give me yours.
Nope.
Nah, I don't know. He's just talking about certain situations and shit.
Yeah, like that.
People can get attention either from their accomplishments or from their deliberate attempts to get attention. Today, almost everywhere you look, people seem to be putting their efforts into getting attention. Wild hairdos, huge tattoos, pierced body parts, outlandish clothing, weird statements, all these have become substitutes for achievements. Some parents give their children off-the-wall names, as if that is the way to give them some kind of individuality. On the contrary, it means joining a stampede toward showiness. You don't need a crazy name to become famous. It would be hard to think of plainer names than Jim Brown, Ted Williams, Walter Johnson, or Michael Jordan. It was what they did that made their names famous. In business, some of the biggest changes in the economy were produced by people with plain names like Henry Ford and Bill Gates. In retailing, some of the biggest names were Richard Sears and Sam Walton. When you achieve something, you don't need gimmicks. This has been especially apparent in sports. Joe Louis wore the same
Actually, that's very similar to what I was just talking about with the medicines. If you have a medicine that actually functions well, that actually works well, you don't really need a bunch of dramatics behind getting people to take it. If you've accomplished something with that medicine, then you don't need to dress it up. You know, you don't need to lie about it. You don't need to try to keep it from scrutiny. You know what I mean?
standard boxing trunks as everybody else, not the wildly varying and garish trunks that so many boxers wear today. He did not find it necessary to taunt or denigrate his opponents or behave like a lout inside or outside the ring. But he scored more first-round knockouts in championship fights than any other heavyweight, and will be remembered as long as boxing is remembered. If Jim Brown had carried on in the end zone after every touchdown he scored, the way so many football players do today, it is hard to see how he could have had the energy left to average more than 5 yards a carry for his career. The problem is not just with people who want to get attention by the way they dress, act, talk, or show off in innumerable other ways. The more fundamental problem is that the society around them pays its attention to such superficial and often childish stuff. The media attention lavished on Anna Nicole Smith and Paris Hilton 24/7, while paying little attention to Iran's movement toward nuclear weapons that can change the course of history irrevocably, is one of the most painful signs of our times. A lifetime of making major contributions to the health.
I don't like it. I don't like it. They act like a country struggling to figure out how to make a nuclear bomb when all of the world who quote-unquote has them knows that you can't make them. It's impossible. They've lied to you. They photoshopped a couple of mushrooms clouds, and that's all you needed to sell it to the people, and they still believe it to this day. You have issues with that whole story. Nagasaki and Hiroshima both suffered or sustained less damage than Tokyo did, and Tokyo was an admitted firebombing campaign. The Japanese media was saying that it was a firebombing campaign that hit those two cities, Nagasaki and Hiroshima, before their press got censored by American forces. The fact that they were growing food within a week after the bombs went off. The fact that they say that if bombs had been dropped, it had been unlivable for 10,000 years. That there should have been a cloud of nuclear winter that fucked the world up for years after they dropped them. None of these things happened. The clouds, the mushroom clouds, I think we've all seen the picture. Let me see if I can find it. I wonder why that photo isn't the first one. You'd think it would be. So I can only find pictures of the one, even though they've showed us the two next to each other from the same point of view. Where even though the bombs were dropped at different times, they were identical. The mushroom clouds were. And if you've done any physics research, you'll find out if you put about a ton or two of TNT down together and set it off, it creates a mushroom cloud just like this. That's AI or CGI. They don't have the picture. That's funny. They probably took it down because they know, well, damn, this is too obviously photoshopped. Yeah, they must have got rid of that picture, I guess. I mean, I'll continue to look, but needless to say, it's just not, it's not actually feasible to do a nuclear bomb. So, and again, if you just do some research, just a little bit of research, you'll start to find these holes, and anything they say that's bullshit. The fucking evolution theory, the climate change theory, these nukes, the anything. I mean, if you want to be real, like, how many wars have not been started by a false flag? I think you have to go back quite a ways. Had to let the cat in. But, yeah, so Iran ain't gonna do anything, whether they get one or not, quote unquote, because they ain't gonna get one. Yeah, so I ain't really worried about that. Plus, Iran doesn't have a plan to where if things don't go our way, we'll just unleash all of our nukes on everywhere at the same time because we didn't get our way, like certain countries do. Let's just say, if you ever looked up the Samson option, you'll know who I'm talking about.
Health, prosperity, or education of a whole society will not get as much media attention as organizing some loud and strident demonstration spiced with runaway rhetoric. In a non-judgmental world, what is there to determine who deserves notice, except who can make a big splash? We not only live longer today, we are more vigorous in our 60s than earlier generations were in their 40s. But can you name even one person or one enterprise that conferred this enormous benefit on millions of people? The average American today has a standard of living that includes things that only the upper crust could have afforded in times past, and some things that even the rich didn't have in past generations, like personal computers. But are the people who made that possible even mentioned, much less publicized and praised? There is not an inventor, scientist, medical researcher, or industrialist who is as well known as loudmouths like Rosie O'Donnell or Jesse Jackson. Any bimbo who exposes her body can get more attention than someone who finds ways to reduce the cost of housing for millions of people. In California, the bimbo can get favorable attention while the developer is condemned. In short, the problem is not that particular people do particular things to get attention. The problem is that the society at large no longer has standards by which to deny or rebuke attention seekers who have nothing to contribute to society. Do not expect sound judgments in a society where being non-judgmental is an exalted value. As someone has said, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything.
Yes, sir. All right, let me load this up, and then we will
gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Pause it.
Women are paid less.
And I'm gonna let this shit rock for a minute. And I'm gonna pee again. I drank all this damn water, and now I can't help it. front of me, you're going to get stepped on, motherfucker.
Less, for example, for the same jobs as men.
No, I would not. I would not agree with that. You can say that all you want, but the evidence is totally against you. No,
I know that of my own knowledge.
No, you don't know it of your own knowledge because I've also looked at the same thing.
In this video, we're going to be reviewing a 1981 episode of Firing Line with William F. Buckley. The first half of this video will be William F. Buckley and Thomas Sowell discussing various ideas before he brings on a feminist to try and grill Thomas Sowell, and doesn't go so well for her. And for those of you who don't know Thomas Sowell, he's an academic, an economist, a philosopher, a historian, and one of the most iconic social theorists of our time. But he also grew up in Harlem, New York, and he was an orphan as a kid, and he lived in a homeless shelter as a teenager before eventually he got drafted into the Korean War. And then from there, he would find his way into academia, where he would be a student of the iconic economist Milton Friedman. So with that introduction out of the way, let's get into the clips.
See, I'm leading back now to the question of why is there a single woman in the Senate, although half of Americans are women, and I guess I'm asking you whether this is a transcription of implicit anti-feminine values in this society.
Well, in a country where I think just over half the people are women, that if they wanted to fill the Senate with women, they could very well do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it may very well be that they take on the prejudices of men.
All sorts of things are possible. It's also possible that there are other reasons why women don't choose to get into positions like politics, because they have a set of demands which are very tough for most women to meet, and at the same time do the other things that most women do, such as raise children and so on.
That's what I was inviting you to speculate on.
Yes, I know that from my own case, I've been invited to be involved in politics and electorally and otherwise, and given the values that I have, there's just simply no way that those two things can go together. That what I would have to give up in terms of my personal life would just not be worth it to me. I suspect that that's probably true for a lot of women. When I did a study of academic women, I found that women who do follow academic careers, get their PhDs and so on, have much lower rates of marriage than either non-academic women or academic men, and much higher rates of divorce among the few who do get married. Apparently there must be a great deal of stress in that. And just from people that I know, I can see where there is a great deal of stress in trying to have two people following their career when one is expected around the home to provide all the housewifely services in addition to writing those articles and books. It gets to be a little much.
So you would dismiss as as thoughtless any complaint against a society that had only one woman in the Senate, or only 11% blacks in Congress, or only 6% Jews, or whatever?
I wouldn't dismiss it. I would simply say, if there is evidence that you have, let us see that evidence. What I think is really tragic is that assertions have been made not only without evidence being offered, but without anyone even asking for evidence. It's as if these are self-evident truths that have been brought down from the mountainside.
So the thing to do is to look for non-invidious explanations.
No, the thing to do is look for whatever seems to be the most reasonable explanation in the circumstance. And I'm saying that the people who made the case the other way, or who've acted as if they made the case, typically have not felt the necessity even to bring evidence. They say there's one woman in the Senate, therefore. Or they say that women make X% of the income of men without bothering to find out what percentage of those women are working part-time, what percentage of them are re-entering the labor force after 20 years of having children, etc. Rather than saying, let us compare now women who chose to stay in the labor force continuously since high school, on into their 30s, let's say, compared to men who did, and see how do they compare. And there, these great differences tend to disappear. In some cases, the women make more.
Well, but you seem substantially to have eliminated invidious explanations. For instance, when you write.
Yeah. More and more that's true, that when you actually account for the variables, women tend to make more than men. Google actually had an issue with that, apparently, where some women said that it was a sexist pay scale or whatever, and that men were making more. And so an outside investigation took place, and they came to find out that the women were actually getting paid more. that's got to be like one of the all-time backfires ever.
How far have we come in removing discriminatory pay differences among individuals with the same qualifications and different racial or ethnic backgrounds? Among the younger generation, we have just about all the way. This is you.
Yes.
Now, this would suggest that you have satisfied yourself that there are no invidious standards that inhibit minority ethnics from...
No, you'll never reach the point where there are no invidious standards, because
they critically affect.
Oh, I'm saying that if you're trying to explain pay differences, that's not an explanation that will stand up to a closer look at the data. And that's true not only in the United States, incidentally, it's also true in other parts of the world. That if you look at, again, go back to Chinese and Malaysia. In Malaysia, the Malays are the dominant force, not only numerically, but politically. They control the government, and so on.
In fact, they have anti-Chinese laws.
Oh, they do. Yeah. So there's no question whether the Chinese are discriminating against the Malaysia. I mean, all you have to do is read the books, the statute books, and they tell you there's no two ways about it. The fact of the matter is the Chinese make double the income of the average Malay. So the question is not whether people are discriminated against. The question is, how effective is that discrimination, and to what extent does it explain income differences? Because many of the groups that are above the average income in the United States and in other countries are groups that have demonstrably been discriminated against in various ways. The Jews would be classic. The Japanese also. And the Japanese make almost 1/3 higher income than the average American. So the question is not whether there's been this interracial friction and so on. That's existed everywhere and down through history. The question is, how much can you explain the income differences that way?
Isn't it funny to see this idea of quotas and this idea of non-equal representation raging back in the 80s, and to see how we really should have listened to Thomas Sowell, because now it's a huge, huge issue, and it's completely infiltrated all of our institutions. And Thomas Sowell has a great way of explaining things, and I particularly like the way he addressed that he wouldn't personally go into politics because it would be too much of an impediment on his own lifestyle choices, which obviously alludes to the fact that the reason why there isn't as strong a representation of women in certain fields is because they make different lifestyle choices. And it's a shame that he didn't go into politics, to be honest, because he would have made an incredible president. But unfortunately, that just goes to show that the greatest minds stay the hell away from politics. And that's why we end up with swamp creatures like Joe Biden, who's just a career bureaucrat.
And go on to say, what is it that does account for them? Because we've eliminated genetic inclinations, we've eliminated invidious social factors, so we're left with what? For instance, region, where you come from, right?
Region makes a big difference.
Yeah, okay.
People who come from the South tend to have lower incomes, whether they're black or white.
Okay, let's say then history. We're talking about people in the same region.
There would still be a difference. History would be one big one.
History, what do you mean by history?
All right.
The history of the race, or the history of the personal history of when they got here, or what?
The history of the group in the United States. That, for example, the Jews who came here with all sorts of urban skills. They were clothing industries.
Garment work.
Yes, that sort of thing. The Germans came here with all sorts of skill in beer making, piano making, machinery kinds of things. Blacks, of course, emerging from slavery had enormous disadvantages, even as compared to people emerging from slavery in other parts of the Western Hemisphere. Because, for one thing, in the United States, blacks were not allowed to have any responsibility under slavery. That one of the key ways of holding blacks in slavery at low cost was to keep the people dependent as much as possible. Now, people tried to do that in other parts of the Western Hemisphere. It wasn't as possible, say, in the West Indies, because there weren't enough whites, for example, in the West Indies to matter. So if blacks were going to be fed in the West Indies, they had to be fed by growing their own food.
Like Angola and like the Portuguese colonies compared to, say, South Africa.
Yes. And so, therefore, the blacks, say, in the West Indies had all sorts of experience growing their own food, selling the surplus in the market, and, in fact, being responsible for budgeting what they had. Blacks in the United States were deliberately kept from having that. Dependence was seen as the key to holding the slaves down. It's ironic that that same principle comes up in the welfare state 100 years later.
Well, I was going to ask you that. You've anticipated me. To what extent do you find that, then, that the welfare state is trying to preserve an ethos which precisely, I understand you to say, we need to liberate ourselves from?
Yes, that politics really involves getting people to vote for you, and people vote for you when they think that they can depend on you, when they are dependent on you. To the extent that people become self-reliant and can feel they're perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, to that extent do you lose your hold on their votes.
The amazing thing about Thomas Sowell is that everything he says is totally based on facts. He spent his whole career studying economies and different cultures and coming up with the empirical evidence to form his worldview. And for him, the facts are the boss. He's been around the world to understand what really causes disparities. And if you guys want to learn more about this and go further into his work, then read Thomas Sowell's book, Discrimination and Disparities. And if you guys hit the link in the top of the comments there or in the bio, you'll be able to go to my website, www.red.
You could also read a book called Black Rednecks and White Liberals, which I'm actually in the middle of right now, but it's an interesting read as to how a lot of the sensibilities and mannerisms of certain people were influenced heavily by who they were in close proximity with after slavery.
rattlesnaketv.com, and you'll be able to sign up for my email list where I'm always giving different book, movie, documentary, podcast recommendations, and all of that good stuff. See, for over 50 years, Thomas Sowell has been debunking these myths and fallacies that we hold as some sort of self-evident truths in today's pop culture. Fallacies such as disparities are always caused by racism or sexism, and there's nothing else to it, when in reality, there's a plethora of different factors that contribute to these disparities. It's an extremely low-resolution lens from which to look at ideas and also to look at the world in general. For the most part, people generally tend to just use these things as political weapons to beat their opponents with.
I would like to, for a moment, ask you some questions about the economics of job getting in terms of the blacks versus the whites. The statistics I was able to...
Check this out. State Farm was charging me $179 for auto insurance per month. No thank you.
Pulled together indicate that at the present time, white males make $17,427 on an average basis for the year. Black males make $12,738. White females make $10,244, and black females make $9,476. It is clear from these figures, as indeed I think it's clear to most of us from what we see, that there is a discrimination against blacks and against women in our present system. Since not all blacks will be superior, how would you try to even that out so that there would be some equality of job opportunities?
Yeah, I'm sorry you missed the earlier part of the program when I pointed out that where you find people not represented evenly, that does not show the institutional effect, because almost nowhere in human affairs do you find people evenly represented. If you compare comparable people with respect to age, with respect to education, etc., you get a totally different picture, both with respect to blacks and women. Now, the figures that I saw, for example, show more recently that if you take black families where the husband and wife are both college educated and compare them to a white family where the husband and wife are both college educated, the black family is now earning $2,000 a year more. The problem is that very few blacks fall in that category. That when you compare category for category, then we're talking about getting people a decent education. I'm saying that you cannot say that numbers collected at the employer's place of business reflect simply the employer's policies. Those numbers reflect underlying conditions in the whole society, just as numbers collected at a hospital do not show you that the people are sick because they're in the hospital.
No, I would agree with that, but you would also have to agree that, generally speaking, women are paid less, for example, for the same jobs as men.
No, I would not. I would not agree with that. If you're talking about women with the same number of years of experience, with the same continuous service, et cetera, then when I look at that, I don't find that disparity. I find, for example, in many cases, the women are making more, depending on how you break the data down. The difference with women is between married women and everybody else. That's the real difference.
Well, even as to single women, the Census Bureau statistics, the most recent ones I could find, 1978, say that single men are earning $11,100 and single women are earning $9,300.
Yes, I love the word single that is used. When I did my study, I didn't use single, I used never married. You see, a woman who is single at age 40, having spent 10 or 20 years raising children, is really not quite the same as a man of age 40 who's been working continuously for 20 years.
And the differential she cited is not that great, so it could easily be accounted for by the
Yes, because when I break them down the other way, I did this for the academic world, and there I found the women who are never married, which is the term the way I take it, there they were earning more than the men. And similarly, when the government did data some years ago on women who had been working continuously since high school into their 30s, there you found that they were making slightly more than men of the same description. So the difference is between married women and everybody else. And married men get an extra bonus because their wives take care of many things that enable them to put more time into their careers.
I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there are approximately 15% of all homes in which there is only one wage earner. So that when you talk about women being able to take care of things for their married mate wage earner, the fact is that in the overwhelming majority of American homes, the women also work. And therefore, I don't think your explanation that women have other responsibilities and that's why they are...
Work can mean part-time work or full-time work. Women do not work full-time to the same extent that men. Part-time workers make less than full-time workers.
Thomas Sowell was debunking the gender pay gap way before Jordan Peterson went on Kathy Newman and exposed it for the fallacy that it is, and even way before Warren Farrell published his 2005 book Why Men Earn More. And he leaves her totally stumped and speechless. And it's no wonder, and you'd probably do the same thing if every time you served you were just getting hit with return aces. And this is another debate that it's just funny to see happening in 1981. It's something that's still raging today. And these are the sorts of statistics that people are still citing despite them having been debunked so many times. There is a big gap in earning, a pay gap if you might say, between women who were...
Yeah, it was debunked a long time ago. The problem is the people who want to perpetuate that narrative are very much in bed with the people who own the media companies. So what do we hear over and over and over again? Even though they don't know the difference and say there is no difference between men and women, but somehow people are able to tell enough to pay them differently. And even if we took them at face value, then that would just mean that businesses would start hiring all females so that they could save money. It's a bullshit argument and proposition.
Never married and never had kids, and women who are single. Those are two vastly different pools of people that will yield completely different results. Yet dishonest people still want to hang their hats on these fallacies. And who knows, maybe there is no cure to this, and in 40 years' time, I'll still be here on YouTube barking about the gender pay gap.
May I ask a question about unemployment? The latest figures I saw indicated that of black youth, something like 46% of those who wanted jobs were unable to get jobs. I really would like this time to ask both of you to respond to what would you do in that situation. If you would assume for a moment that these are people who do want jobs and are unable to find work.
I would, first of all, repeal the minimum wage law, because if you go back to, say, 1950, 1948, 49, 50, you find that at that time, the unemployment rate among black teenagers was a fraction of what it is today. And there certainly wasn't any less racism then than there is today. What was different was that at that time, the minimum wage law was a decade old. It was a decade of inflation, and the law hadn't been changed. So for all practical purposes, it didn't exist.
Well, don't you think that was also a decade of expansion in which there were a lot of jobs, whereas today our economy is in a recession and there are not that many jobs
If you look
available.
at the most prosperous years of the 60s and 70s, you don't find black teenage unemployment as low as it was in the recession year of 1949.
Well, I don't know what the job situation was then, but it's only recently that we have
I do. I was a
point.
black teenager in 1949.
Did you get a job?
It was a recession year, and after a considerable looking, I found a job. But the point is, the kid who was living where I lived then, who's living there now, he has a hell of a lot harder time finding that job because there are so many good people who have tried to do good for him and priced him right out of the market.
Well, facing the situation as it presently exists, what would you do for that 46%?
If the situation is going to remain as it presently...
Because, yeah, you can't raise the minimum wage for entry-level positions past the point at which a typical worker at that entry-level position benefits the company. Because then they can only hire the bare minimum. Because literally, if there was no minimum wage, then you could do internships to see if a person is actually worth their salt as an employer. You could start them off at a lower pay You see what I'm saying? And then you give raises based on merit. But if you're already starting a person out at the minimum wage that now has legally been changed to, let's say, $15 an hour, but typically that employee isn't going to bring you $15 an hour in and of themselves, and definitely not going to bring you $30 to $45, $50 an hour. That would allow you to pay them more and give them raises and whatnot. If you're constantly taking a loss because you have to pay everybody on your staff minimum wage, then people are going to have smaller staffs. And then those jobs that a young, entry-level, hungry individual could have nabbed when there was, no minimum wage, because the employer would have been able to afford to bring them on, take the risk of bringing them on, because they're not going to lose money by doing so. Now you're putting it to the point where it's hard for them to fire people, and they have to pay them this much out the gate, when most employees are not going to be worth that. Quite frankly, most people don't try as hard as they can, and most people aren't prepared to do what's necessary. Not to mention you're going to be training them, which is time out that makes you less productive already. So it's tough.
Exist, the results will remain
No,
as the
I'm
presently
saying
exists.
now, today, what would you do to help
I would
this
repeal
46%?
those things which
But
is
that isn't going to
demonstrably-
help these 46%, is it?
Nothing.
Something has
Do you
to be
want?
done
Do
about
you want to change it, or you want to leave it the same? If you want to leave it the same, everything will continue the same. If you want to change it, it'll change.
No, I think that your suggestions of change contemplate that in the future, the situation will be different. But I'm asking you about the 46% of black youths who are now unemployed, who probably would not be affected by changing the law this year.
You can say that all you want, but the evidence is totally against you.
What we do for people who are presently in a very disadvantaged position because of what's happened in
We
the
try to
economic
remove as many of the barriers as possible that have put them in that position.
And you think the barriers that have put them in that position are, for example, a minimum wage law?
Labor unions?
Put them in that position are, for example, a minimum wage law?
Minimum wage laws, labor unions, occupational licensing.
Would you abolish labor unions? Would you abolish labor unions?
You don't have to abolish labor unions. I'm saying that if you're asking me what are some of the things that have done it, I'm giving you some of the things that have done it. Blacks were well represented in many occupations, skilled occupations in the South 2 or 3 generations ago to a greater extent than today, because 2 or 3 generations ago, those industries were not unionized. Construction, railroads, just classic examples. When we have this so-called Philadelphia plans to get blacks into the construction industry, I mean, it would be laughable if it weren't.
Oh, boy. Birdman would hate this guy right here, wouldn't he? Because he actually knows the evidence. Oh, man, Thomas Sowell. He's about, what is he, about 93, 94 now? National treasure, man. A national treasure. Now, I got the baby here. I don't know if this is going to make it paused or what the fuck. Let's find out, huh?
Just incredible! What'd you say, baby? Put you in the game?
Man, put me in the game, man. Let me participate, man.
6 a.m.
And this is one of those individuals that, you know, makes you wonder. Because, like, they knew full well what Diddy was getting up to. But it took Cassie's lawsuit and a whole lot of other people for them to even look at this motherfucker. I feel like if Cassie wouldn't have did a lawsuit, that video, whatever, yeah, it just would have been news cycle, whatever. Nobody would have remembered. But since she sued, and then because he settled so quickly, the shark smelled water, and the shark smelled blood in the water, and started circling, looking for that cash, looking for him to settle with them. So it's just kind of crazy to me that, like, they had to have known what Diddy was getting up to, what Jay-Z's getting up to, what Beyonce's getting up to, what all of their little pets are getting up to. They know it. The government knows it. The media knows it. Probably because they are involved in it too. Which makes sense as to why they wouldn't, expose them for it. As long as they can possibly do. As long as they can possibly keep it from being exposed, it makes sense that they would. They don't want you to believe that your favorite MCs and your favorite artists and your favorite actors are selling their souls, and their favorite politicians are too. But isn't it funny how quickly they came down on DaBaby and shut him down? They knew that Jay-Z literally stabbed someone in the back, right? Am I tripping? I might have to research it more, but that's the story, is that either it was over, homosexual or homoerotic situation between him and this other person, or if it was really about a beat or someone bootlegging his mixtape and playing it or something like that. Whatever the story is, whatever the narrative is, it goes like Jay-Z confronted him, he went to walk away, and then either Jay-Z or someone in his entourage stabbed this guy in the back. They knew this. They let him walk. You know what I mean? How often has Diddy been in some kind of shit, and then he can just he legally wraps the issue around someone else's neck and walks off unscathed? We've seen it a few times. But DaBaby goes up there and says something, that's uncouth, or he says something that's not socially acceptable today, and they tried to destroy him. And what did Dave Chappelle said? He was like, well, DaBaby shot a nigga in Walmart. Nothing bad happened to his career. But he said one negative sentence against the Alphabet Gang, and they tried to take his career away. Like, isn't that interesting to anybody? Yeah, I don't know if y'all are gonna actually be able to hear any of this shit or not. But I wanted to hear it anyway, because DaBaby usually be rapping his ass off. I don't really even like his style all that much, but let's see what he do.
Text from my brother, and here we are tonight. Hey, welcome back to the show, man.
You know how we do it, man. Just Incredible Freestyle Series. Let's do it.
Love you, my brother. Hey, the fucking rap game is in a frenzy right now.
I love it. I love it.
They say, bars is in season right now.
It most definitely is.
I had to bring my brother DaBaby
you
up here.
You got the right one.
Easy Kill tonight?
Easy Kill, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, some shit like that. Let's do it.
Let's go crazy on him.
Yeah, look, you know it's baby, nigga. You know how it is. They ride your dick, then end up playing with you. I put blood, sweat, tears into this shit, but you can say the tissue. Guarantee her neighbors know my name. They think I'm staying with her. Offer me a key to her new crib, cause I'm a cold nigga. 5-6 years ago, I would've took it and put some bows in it. Telling me that I'm chocolate and I'm fine and fuck a old nigga. Y'all let these women talk about they exes, y'all some hoes, nigga. Waited until it was safe to cross that line, cause he ain't bold, nigga. Knowing he still ain't safe, and to this day, I bet I show niggas. Niggas and they brothers be the closest, me and my bros different. Grew up having to fight niggas over breakfast like my home prison. Snatched my cousin is a juvenile, gave him a long sentence. Phantom gon' be wait when you get out, let's put some hoes in it. 5% my tent so you can't see I got my pole in it. You show you got the heart to fuck with me and I put a hole in it. Growing up cause
disgusting. You think you got the heart to fuck with me, then I put a hole in it. I like it so far, boy. He's going in.
Phantom gonna be waiting when you get out. Let's put some holes in it. 5% my tent so you can't see I got my pole in it. You show you got the heart to fuck with me and I put a hole in it. Growing up closet used to look cleaned out. I ain't had no clothes in it. Just 2 pair of forces for the year. Ain't had no J's in it. Jumped up off the porch and got some money and it went way different. Got my mama to get me a rental car and I went made plays in it. These little niggas ain't like that. Come on. Yeah, nigga. Hold on, I'm keeping it brief. Send me a bitch ass nigga and don't even speak to him. I ain't needing to speak. Hope it'll get her enough before she get up out of here, cause she ain't sleeping with me. She about to drive herself crazy, keep trying to keep up with me. I don't recommend it. On a normal day, roll up in Benzes. All that hating shit don't hurt my feelings. I don't.
Now, I don't want to put too much emphasis on it, but I swear I've seen him wear a jacket and take it off mid-freestyle like 3 or 4 times. Which, I mean, I like the action. It's interesting, but like you can't do it too many times, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I might be wrong, but I could have sworn.
Send me a bitch ass nigga and don't even speak to him. I ain't needing to speak. Hope it'll get her enough before she get up out of here, cause she ain't sleeping with me. She about to drive herself crazy, keep trying to keep up with me. I don't recommend it. On a normal day, roll up in Benzes. All that hating shit don't hurt my feelings. I don't care if they like it, it's in me. Yeah, these niggas don't stand up they hoes. I hit a tall hoe and stand on my toes. I better climb up that tree like a pro. Soon as I get what I need, I'ma go. Believe that. Look, I get to getting on. Ho got on my nerves so bad, I went got me a different phone. I'm not one of them niggas who let you slide if we don't get along. Even if people there, I'ma teach you something about who you picking on. I'm like,
yeah, I like that shit too. Damn. Let me back it up real quick.
one of them ho got on my it's in me. Yeah, these niggas don't stand up they hoes. I hit a tall hoe and stand on my toes. I better climb up that tree like a pro. Soon as I get what I need, I'ma go. Believe it. Look, I get to getting on. Ho got on my nerves so bad, I went got me a different phone. I'm not one of them niggas who let you slide if we don't get along. Even if people there, I'ma teach you something about who you picking on. I'm like one of them pits when I'm in that pussy, baby, get a bone. You finna go down in history as one of them niggas that baby shitted on. Not the nigga out and hurt my hand, I think I hit him wrong. Just got sent $150,000 and did a song. Used to get $300,000 in 2020, but I'm shaking back. I can start a war with that little money you niggas play you at. Ain't talking about no fitted when I sit and think about my favorite hat. Every time I catch a nigga that was talking crazy, I make him take it back and I put that on my daddy, nigga. Fuck. Hey, me and you ain't the same, nigga. Huh? Is you like that?
Hey, man. Baby be going in, bro. Alright, it's 6 minutes.
Is you like that, nigga?
It's a rap
man, look, don't get me started in this bitch, Justin. Let's do it.
This shit's competitive, my brother. Hey, you know what it is? The rap game's in a frenzy right now. They saying the mixtape era is back.
Bitch.
I'm just incredible, and me and a few others, we've been holding down the radio freestyle.
You know what we do, man.
I appreciate you pulling up, man.
I appreciate you having me, you know what I'm saying?
If it's cool with you, you know we gotta go 2 for 2.
Alright, well I ain't gonna listen to the whole second one too, sheesh. Oh yeah, and it's Sexy Red's beat or whatever, which is just I don't want to say anything about that individual. It's a little, I don't know. It's an interesting individual. Alright, I think I'm gonna take me a little smoke break. It's 3:30. Apologize for absolutely nothing. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna delete that shit.
Adventures log, day 13. I thought I was a bad enough dude to do the hunger and thirst challenge on Ascension.
From a Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ.
Okay. Yeah, I did want to watch this one. I know I watched at least half of it. Ben is in a cult. very similar to Islam, Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness. Name something that's not just reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? If it's an organization of human beings, I'd say there's about a 50-50 chance of it being a cult, or at least becoming a cult. Because when human beings see a position of power, the narcissists, the psychopaths, the dark triad types will rise to fill those positions typically over time. You might be able to avoid it for a generation or two, or maybe, but I think the longer that particular institution is around, the more likely it is to become cult-like. Now, there are a few institutions that seem to have held it together based solely on the Bible. Eastern Orthodox, don't know whether they call them, I don't think they call themselves Catholics, but the Eastern Orthodox Church, Constantinople, Istanbul, these individuals claim to have got no new revelations and don't change the Bible and yada yada. But the Catholics did. And it's just hard for me. If the Eastern Orthodox Church is honestly what it portrays itself to be, then it kind of becomes a superfluous organization of individuals. Well, I wouldn't say superfluous, but I don't see the point in a traditional church, as you would put it, just because you don't need people for that. You don't need them all to come together to engage in this ritual that gets them into a certain mode of perceiving so that you can manipulate them. If you're simply using the Bible and you're being honest in its representation, then you don't need a giant church and everybody to get together in a ritualistic fashion. Although maybe the Bible says you're supposed to go to church. I find that hard to believe, knowing that the Lord would know for a fact. I mean, the Pharisees would have been controlling the church at the time. You know what I mean? The people who turned on him, who didn't know the Bible well enough to see the Messiah standing in front of them. So what I've noticed is that either cults piggyback on Jesus' story and try to piggyback on people's belief in Jesus and their hatred of some other organized religion that they've already been through. It either relies on that or it relies on denying Jesus in some form or fashion. I mean, Islam kind of relies on the Bible for its validity, yet at the same time says the Bible is corrupted. But at the same time, if you read all the hadiths, you'll find out that Muhammad said, Allah told me that he would strike down false prophets by cutting their aorta. And then after Muhammad had been poisoned and he survived for a while, he's on his deathbed, and what does he say? It feels as though my aorta has been cut. That's what Muhammad says. Ben's group, I don't want to say it because it's so disturbing, but they have some sects, S-E-C-T-S, sect of people within their community who practice a ritualistic circumcision that involves a vampire-like thing that a person would do after that circumcision takes place. Disgusting. There's a whole nother sect of theirs that, again, historically speaking, at one point was hunting down and murdering Christians and drinking their blood. I can't speak to why this would be. I can't speak to why the only Holocaust that is ever, and the only massacre that seems to ever be talked about, is against this one particular group of people, when shortly after that, the Bolsheviks were committing a genocide against Christians. But nobody talks about that. We didn't even know it was happening. It's troubling, to say the least. But yeah, I'm going to smoke a cigarette, and I will be back. I know I've been playing the same music because I only have so much that I know is copyright free. I don't trust YouTube to give me actual copyright free music, because a couple of times that I put on copyright music from YouTube, or copyright free music, should I say, free use music, they came back and said this song, and this song had been sold and was therefore like copy. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, why are they allowed to keep it in their free use video? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, oh God, okay, well, whatever. You know what I mean? Fine. I'll get my brother to make some beat CDs. I'll make some beat CDs, and I'll use whatever we can cobble together in the meantime for music, because it's just, ugh. Or I guess I could turn on like an old stream, because I've been putting them on to YouTube here, little by little, just dragging them on over, letting them be public. Let's see here. Skyrim got 12 views already? For what purpose? Huh. Well, fuck it. We'll give it another view. Well, it might have been from... Yeah, because it says 3 hours ago. There's no way. I think this was my first attempt at doing it.
Slow, no claws, weak, mashing teeth.
Okay.
Shooting.
Well, look, guys, I apologize. It's rookie shit. But hey, we should be all right to just let it play, and I will see y'all on the other side of another piss break and a smoke break. All right, y'all hold it together, hold it down for a nigga. To check the old computer real quick. So give me a minute just to make sure everything's functioning. shit. Okay. Good enough. We randomly somewhere, I don't know what we doing, to be honest with you. I'll let this game up. Well, I done put in, I don't even know, 200 hours.
For a dragon to attack Kynes Grove. Why? Why there? Is no place safe?
I ain't played it in ages.
Good afternoon.
Who the hell is this?
Is that fur coming out of your ears? Hail, Summoner. Conjure me up a warm bed, would you?
Yes?
A warm bed?
Yes!
I have no idea what I'd be trying to make. Hey, how you doing?
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, no. I'm killing bro.
No! Come to gawk at the monster. Believe me, it wasn't anything I ever intended to do. I just lost control. I tried to tell them, but none of them believed me. It's all on account of this blasted ring. This is the Ring of Hersing. I was told it could, perhaps it used. I put it on, like, with the little girl. I don't suppose there's a point in keeping the secret if I'm going to die in here anyway. I'm sure you've heard of men who shift to beasts under the influence of the moons. I am one of them. A werewolf. It's my secret and my shame. That's why I wanted the ring. It was said to give men like me control. Now, I may look like a man, but I still feel the animal inside of me as strong as ever. I had just come into Falkreath. They needed some help working the mill, and I thought that would be something safe, something I could do. When I saw the little girl, I could feel it coming on. I could taste it. I needed to hunt, but this pitiful, limited body wasn't meant for hunting. Slow, no claws. Weak, mashing teeth for chewing cud. I held in my rage as long as I could, but it boiled inside of me. She looked so fragile. I feel terrible about what happened. Do you not? He revels in a powerful force not to be crossed. I've been looking for a way to appeal. There is a certain being. It's said that I want to beg his forgiveness. Oh my. See, I wish, should our paths cross again, I will remember your kindness. Farewell.
You were talking to that murderous savage, and then he escaped. What are you hiding?
I don't need no damn. We got ad tags. Get rid of these tags real quick. This feels so long. Like, oh shit. Where do we at? What are we doing? What is this? I remember how to play.
Yes, good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around. Difficult? Meanwhile, my very capable steward sees to the needs of the small folk and ensures that my hold runs smoothly. Boland speaks much about the war and the Stormcloaks, but he knows who provides. The Stormcloaks want free. My uncle Dengir was Jarl until a short... He now serves us honorably as Thane, and to the group... Ah, it's you? There's a group of bandits in my... The cut they were giving me was good at first. Good. Execute every last bandit. Spare no one.
Steel's good, finest weapons and armor. See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
Favor the bow, eh? I'm a sword man myself.
Legion's always looking for strong, capable warriors. If you think you...
Yes? Yes?
I'll fix you good. Just die. You won't get away from me. You can't win this.
Well met, Hunter. I am the spirit of the hunt. Just one glimpse of the glorious stalker that your kind calls Hircine. I may consider it, but you must first do a service for my glory. The one who stole it has fled to what he thinks is his sanctuary. Just as a bear climbs a tree to escape the hunt, but only ends up trapping himself. Seek out this rogue shifter. Tear the skin from his body and make it an offering to me. Fly, my hunter. There are others who vie for my favor. A bit of competition. Don't dally while the prey flees.
Me to put these hands up and knock you in the face. Because I disagree with you on one. I gotta call Mom and tell her. She's gonna be as livid as I am. That's ridiculous. One thing. Oh my gosh. Mama, I found out why you woke up with me. Because I disagreed. Because at lunch he asked me. He was like, do you think we have good communication skills? We don't. We never talk. Oh. You hear me now? Yeah, it's because my phone was. He asked me at lunch, he said, do you think we talk a lot? Do you think we have good communication skills? And I said no. Because we don't talk a lot. We talk to other people and he talks to me. And that's why he woke up with me, because I disagree with him on that. Like, that's gonna be one of the main reasons I can say to him on Wednesday. Be like, you think we have good you woke up with me because I disagree with you and said something about that. Like, what? Like, I asked Caleb, I was like, would you break up with Mama if y'all... No! Because y'all don't agree on stuff. I didn't even let him finish because I've seen y'all disagree on stuff and y'all are still married. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not your puppet, I'm not your slave, sir. I have my own opinions. If I don't agree with you, that should be okay. But no, it's terrible and now I have to be broken up with. Excuse me? Don't ever talk to me again. Nope, I sure don't, because that's childish. That's sad, that's pathetic, and I don't understand. So let me start recording, and you won't be ready to talk to him, because I already saved his face. Well, because Caleb's saying right now. And I don't know. Still, I might pull it up myself and be like, listen to what I said.
That's it. That's all you got. You're making me.
Yeah, because I know when I was on hold you earlier, we didn't know. But Sanaya had told me, because, ooh, you know what he said to his cousin? Because his cousin was agreeing with me. They're not really cousins, but they've known each other since they were actually babies. I mean, like a couple months old. He told her we're not even cousins anymore. Because of this one thing. That is disgusting. That's so icky. That is not what I thought he was like, but at least I know now. You can't say that when I'm in the screen. I think I look really good right now. You do. You look super cute. I know this lighting is evil. But me and Mom had a serious conversation about each other, about my life.
Cool.
See, that's not gonna say anything. Yeah.
This doesn't concern you, citizen. Go now. Return to your profession.
But yeah, that's why I called you, because since I got the update, I thought you should get the update. I was livid. I just found out like 2 minutes ago. I was like, Caleb, I'm so livid after your 10 push-ups. I literally did 4. I was like, why am I even doing this? I was like, watch me. I said 1. I didn't get 1, 2, 3, 4, and I was like, okay, I'm mad, but I'm not mad. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. I just did this for like an hour and a half. I'm good. But yeah. I'm sorry, if you got that butt hurt over it, then he probably would lose. He should. Come on now. No way you're that delusional. The way you didn't know it. And that sucks. I really liked his real cousin, and I really liked his aunt. Making me work with That's luxurious. Yeah, I would show you Phoenix, but he's about to go to the bathroom. Well, I got it set for the 5th time. That's all I have. Bye. Caleb, can I rust these chips?
Hmm?
Can I rust?
Yeah.
Yes. I hung up on her. What? Oh, do y'all want food? Why? Sorry. Yeah, we pick up 1 bag of food, you fatties, and now you want some too. I can't ever decide anything by myself, can I?
And I would decide.
Can I? Nope.
I can't stop you if that's what you want to do. Mercy is too powerful to spare me. And I will promise to never return to
Come on,
sin
big
like this.
seat, y'all. It's not right.
No, now.
You want to do more, Caleb?
Very difficult. I will stay with these other hunters. We hunt together.
I wonder what this tastes like. I might not even like them. good picture. No. What even is that? Look at this picture I got so tonight. That's what I mean, like any angle in 0.5 just looks weird. Cause that's like me standing right in front of her. But I'm sorry, but I stand right in front of her, that's not what she looks like. So that's why when you asked me the other day, I was like, no. It's a little wide. Oh, I'm gonna go with my tongue. My tongue's too freaking fat, right? Oh my god. I need my whole phone making this. No, it looks pretty good. I guess my throat is just really itchy. Cause that's just too good for me. There's no more. Nice. I don't want to be sick anyways.
Oh.
Hmm? What did you say? You said, uh-huh?
No, I said all.
I'm not gonna be sick. I hate being sick.
Bluey. Oh shit, whoa. That's terrible.
I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
He was just a prophet, and right?
No. We don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Roman and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend in story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
Yeah, he had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then
do you think he was resurrected?
No, that's not a Jewish belief.
Okay.
So at this point in Ben Shapiro's life, he holds that Jesus, he's not a great teacher or a prophet, but that he is a mere common criminal. And not even a month later, after appearing on the Joe Rogan Experience making this statement, he interviews William Lane Craig, a great Christian theologian, on the Ben Shapiro show. And this is one of the rare instances where Ben Shapiro really, he gets humbled and he loses. The only other time that I've seen it this bad is when he went up with Andrew Neil on BBC. So we're going to look at this clip and see how he dissects this argument, and then we're going to talk about it on the back end. Let's get into it.
What is the proof that Jesus was who he says he is in the Gospels?
Well, first we need to establish who he thought he was. When you look at the religio-historical context of the life and ministry of Jesus, I think you can show that among the historically authentic words of Jesus were claims that he thought he was the Jewish Messiah, that he believed himself to be the Son of God in a unique sense that set him apart from Jewish kings and prophets, and finally, that he thought that he was the Son of Man predicted by the prophet Daniel, to whom God would give all dominion, power, and authority. So he had this radical self-understanding of being Messiah, Son of God, and the Son of Man. And at the trial scene before the Sanhedrin in Mark 15, all three of these titles come to a head when the high priest asks him, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One, that is the Son of God?" And Jesus says, "I am." And then virtually quoting from Daniel, "And you will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven and seated at the right hand of the power." And at that point, the high priest rips his robes and says, "You have heard the blasphemy. What more witnesses do we need?" And Mark says they all condemned him as worthy of death. And that enabled them, since they didn't have the ability to carry out capital punishment, to deliver him over to the Roman authorities by slandering him as a pretender to be king of the Jews, and therefore a political figure who could be tried for treason and sedition and crucified.
So, from the Jewish perspective, this narrative has some holes in sort of Jewish philosophy. The narrative begins with the idea that Jesus appears in front of the Sanhedrin and then claims to be the Messiah. Well, there's nothing actual criminally in any of the tractates that say that if you declare yourself the Messiah, this is actually a punishable offense. Even there are many Jews, including Bar Kokhba, who have declared themselves messianic figures. The real gap here is that in the Gospels, Jesus' vision of himself as the Messiah is completely different from the prior vision of what the Jewish Messiah is, and is actually outside the scope of how Jews describe the Messiah, or really have ever described the Messiah. The Messiah in Judaism has always been a political figure who is destined to do certain things, restoring the kingdom of Israel, maintaining control of that kingdom, bringing more Jews back to Israel. All of these things are considered sort of political things.
Now, I doubt William Craig will hold him on this because he doesn't believe in the New Testament anyway, so of course it's not going to sway Ben. But what he's describing is the Antichrist. That's the Messiah that they're waiting on, some political figure in this world that's going to unite people under political banner. Not really sure where they got that from in the Old Testament, because it doesn't seem to be there. It seems to just be a philosophy that they've interpreted for themselves, probably as a way to excuse themselves for killing Jesus. But who knows?
Things that the Messiah does, but the idea of the Messiah as embodiment of God is something that's foreign to Jewish religious philosophy going all the way back to the beginning. So even the idea that the Sanhedrin would be questioning him in those terms and would get from that what he means is I am God, which would be a much more punishable offense. Presumably that'd be actual blasphemy. It's an oddity.
I think you're absolutely right in saying that Jesus' understanding of the Messiah was radically different from the prevailing cultural understanding of the Messiah among the chief priests and the common people. And he didn't meet their expectations. Indeed, that's what helped to get him crucified. Being the Messiah, you're right, in and of itself isn't a blasphemous claim. But to claim to be the Son of God in a unique sense, and then especially the Son of Man prophesied by Daniel, sitting at the right hand of the power. That is truly blasphemous and is sufficient for his condemnation.
Now, before we move forward with the question that William Lane Craig is about to ask Ben Shapiro, I have a question for you. And that is, if you were in Jesus's time and you were going to lead a revolt to create an uprising within the people, how would you do it?
Well, I wouldn't claim to be something that they don't recognize as the Messiah. I wouldn't claim to be, and if I was just trying to do a revolt, then I would stay away from any kind of blasphemous claims so that I can continue to lead my rebellion, not get caught up and get crucified because I'm over here saying things that'll lead my own people to give me up to the Roman government. So that's one thing I wouldn't be doing. It's the same thing with the followers of Christ after the resurrection who had every incentive to keep their mouths closed because they would get murdered same as Christ did. But instead they all said, no, he rose from the dead. He was God, and we're going to continue to preach his message, and that's why they all got martyred. I don't think all of them did, but the vast majority.
Now,
You asked me if I'm Christian. Really? I don't use that title. I would say messianic, if anything. I believe in the Messiah that was God incarnate, that laid down his perfect life to save our eternal souls. That's what I believe, what the Bible says. Now, a lot of Christians, and the reason why I stay away from that name as an organizational category for people who believe in Christ, is so many of them are corrupted. A lot of people will, like the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses, they'll piggyback onto Christianity and say they are part of Christianity while promoting a satanic doctrine. The Catholics do the same thing. People will say that Catholics and Christians are the same, but in reality, no. Catholics changed the Bible. They think it's okay, I guess, for dudes to molest children. So, no, I just don't call myself that. But I believe in Christ.
That's where get at. You said when you believe there's a Messiah.
Oh, messianic?
That's only what it does, no other meaning.
Not as far as I know. I mean, some people, I don't know, they might take it to mean a different Messiah, but I think there's only one. So, I don't know.
Whatever your answer is, I don't think it would be to claim to be literally God incarnate in human form speaking to these people, because that is just a completely outrageous claim to make.
Yeah, if I wanted to start a revolt, I'm not going to be like, I'm God, y'all, listen to me. Everybody's going to immediately think I'm a crackpot, unless I have a way to back that claim up.
Yeah.
And prove to people I am who I say I am.
You could shapeshift into an angel.
Yeah, or maybe, I don't know, turn water into wine. Take a loaf of bread and a couple of fish and feed thousands of people, or one of the other, raise people from the dead, cast out demons. I don't know.
Unless you have a way of backing it up. You might claim to be a great prophet or some sort of Messiah in the way that Ben Shapiro's saying, and that's actually happened many times in Jewish history, which is in itself not a blasphemous thing, but to say that you are literally God, pretty crazy to me. And I think Ben Shapiro realizes that too, but there's some there's some stumbling block in his head that is keeping him from realizing this.
I'm not sure I would even call it a stumbling block. I would say it's an exit off the freeway of truth to go around a certain portion of it to protect your own worldview and your own religion. Because that's all you've been indoctrinated to believe since you were a child. You're not going to want to throw it under the bus because, I mean, we've seen what happens to people, like Norman Finkelstein, for instance, where they get relegated pretty quickly if you go against the prevailing Jewish powers, let's say. Yeah.
Consistency. So let's see what William Lane Craig is going to say about this, and then we'll talk more in the back end. Let's get into it.
Now, the question I think that is raised by your
interpretation,
question, Ben,
yes.
yeah, your interpretation, Ben, is this: why should we believe Jesus' reinterpretation of the Messiah rather than the one that the chief priests and the people held? And I think the answer to that is his resurrection from the dead. Jesus' resurrection from the dead is Yahweh's public and unequivocal vindication of the man whom the chief priests had rejected as a blasphemer. It is the divine demonstration.
The best way to handle $10, $20, or $30,000 or more in credit card debt is not with minimum payments that could take
that these allegedly blasphemous claims are in fact true, that he was who he claimed to be, and that therefore I follow Jesus in his conception of what it means to be the Messiah.
So when it comes to the resurrection, why is resurrection proof of divinity? So Lazarus is resurrected.
That was why I wanted to emphasize the religio-historical context before we talked about the resurrection. A miracle taken in isolation is inherently ambiguous. The proper interpretation of a miracle is going to be given by the religio-historical context in which it occurs. And the resurrection of Jesus is not just the resurrection of any old body. It's the resurrection of the man who claimed to be Messiah, Son of God, and Son of Man, and who was crucified for those allegedly blasphemous claims. If God has raised this man from the dead, then he has, I think, unequivocally and publicly vindicated those allegedly blasphemous claims.
So one of the counterclaims to some of this is that the Gospels are written significantly after Jesus lives. Even the earliest Gospel is written, 70 CE? Somewhere 40 years after Jesus is crucified. So what's to say, I mean, that like most historical events, there is some play in the joints here. So that this would be the historical argument against the exact veracity of the gospel revelations, for example.
Now, I think it's important to understand, Ben, that in order for a historical document to be reliable, it isn't required that it be inerrant.
Contemporaneous, of course.
So,
of course.
What I would argue is that underlying the inference to the resurrection of Jesus are three great independently established facts, which are supported by the historical evidence, and which surprisingly, I did my doctoral work on this in Germany, are recognized as such by the majority of New Testament scholars today who studied the historical Jesus. And these facts would be that after his crucifixion and burial by a member of the Sanhedrin named Joseph of Arimathea, that Jesus' tomb was discovered empty on the first day of the week by a group of his female followers. Secondly would be that various individuals and groups of people then witnessed appearances of Jesus alive. And finally, number 3 would be that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead, despite having every predisposition to the contrary. The vast majority of scholars have come to accept as convincing the evidence in support of those 3 facts, not assuming biblical inerrancy or inspiration, but treating the Gospels as ordinary historical documents. You can show, for example, that the fact of the discovery of the empty tomb is attested by at least 6 independent sources in the New Testament, some of which are extraordinarily early. No scholar denies that individuals and groups saw postmortem appearances of Jesus. The only question is whether you should or could dismiss them as hallucinatory. And again, nobody denies that the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that God had raised Jesus from the dead. So these 3 facts are pretty firmly established, and the only question is then how do you best explain them? And down through history, attempts have been made to explain these facts without recourse to the resurrection, like the conspiracy theory, the apparent death theory, the hallucination theory, and so forth. And I would argue that none of these naturalistic theories meets the criteria for being the best historical explanation of the facts. None of them is as good an explanation as the one that the original disciples gave, that God raised.
Yeah. Not only did they sincerely come to believe that after the resurrection, but they did so in spite of the state threatening to murder them. And they had to have known that their own people, the Pharisees and the like, would also feed them to the Romans. So they had to have known that to continue to preach and to continue to say that Jesus was God, that he was resurrected, and that we should follow him, they knew that that was akin to signing your own death warrant. They had they had every incentive to stop. And he's not even touching on Jesus' brother, his half-brother, whatever you want to refer to it as. Was his name James? I'm drawing a blank now. It's been so long since I've actually heard this argument. But the argument is that Jesus' brother didn't believe that he was God at all. His entire life, he didn't believe that. But at some point, after the resurrection, he sincerely believed it. And sincerely believed it to the point of not only, again, willing to risk his own life to support that notion, but also to become a leader in the church. To see such a radical transformation in a person who didn't believe Jesus was God before he died makes one believe that Jesus visited his brother after he was resurrected. The writings and the records of all the witnesses that claim this, and you want to ascribe it as mass hallucination, that's not a real thing. As far as I know, the closest that we can come to it is hysteria, and that doesn't work in this situation to describe a physical hallucination for many people to see. Many people might get fearful all at once when they're all trapped in a certain place, or in a giant group of people. Mob mentality or groupthink can kind of take over, right? And that's where I think the mass hysteria will come into play. But as far as I know in the scientific literature, there's no example of mass hysteria being accompanied by a vision that everyone sees. 2 people can take DMT sitting next to each other and see completely different things. I don't know why I brought that up. It's not really a good example, but the idea is I've never heard of two people sharing the same hallucination unless it was a story told well after the fact about them using acid or shrooms together. And even then, I haven't actually heard of a story such as this, not personally. I mean, I have researched and I've seen stories where people in the comments of a particular video might say, hey, me and this person had done this, and we were walking down the street and we both seen this. So I thought I was hallucinating, but he seen it too, and we ran off. Because we realized if we were both seeing it, then it wasn't hallucination, but maybe it was. And the triggers were similar enough, and they were similar enough in background or in mindset that it triggered the same hallucination. But that's two people in an isolated incident that has no record surrounding it. It's just a person's anecdote. But I've never seen any scientific discussion that was anywhere close to proving some kind of mass hallucination was possible. So that's where it's really hard for me to understand why people would choose to endanger their own lives to claim that they had seen this person. Like, I want to say it was 200 witnesses over the course of 60 days after his resurrection that people witnessed him. And if 200 eyewitnesses walk into a courtroom and say they seen you steal that Snickers bar, you're going to jail. Nobody's going to believe the 200 people with... And it would be even worse. It would be like those 200 people, whether you stole that candy bar or not, those 200 people are risking getting the death penalty to claim that they seen you steal that candy bar. And 200 people still claim it. You see what I'm saying? That speaks to something moral going on, something that in their principles they felt it was worth their life to tell the truth and not worth lying. I don't know. It's fucking weird because it seems like they would have had every incentive to do the opposite.
Raised Jesus from the dead. And if that's right, then I think we have good grounds, indeed are almost compelled to revise our typical understanding of who the Messiah was supposed to be.
So we can have the historical argument back and forth, obviously, and I think that there are arguments that you can make. I think there are arguments that I can make, but I honestly find them relatively uninteresting is the truth, simply because I'm not sure.
Ben says that he finds this line of questioning uninteresting. I wonder why that might be, Ben. I wonder why that might be. You see the smile on William's face right now? He's like, yeah, it's not interesting. No, of course it's not. No, he's got to guide you away from Jesus because he really can't say anything. Unfortunately, it seems that there is a group of people who know quite well that it's almost, I wouldn't say it's beyond reproach, but historically speaking, as far as we know more about Jesus than we know about a lot of Roman emperors when it comes to, and I'm talking about atheist historical professors or history professors or researchers. Secular researchers also will agree on this fact that they know more about Jesus than about Tiberius. You know what I mean? Which is odd. Odd in and of itself. Because if he was a common criminal like Ben says, it would kind of boggle the mind to think that he would be made into the icon that he is and remain so. on a level above any of the others for this long if he was just a common criminal like Ben would like you to believe. But again, he studies the Talmud. Read the Talmud, find out that it's Babylonian in its origin, pagan, and you'll see the way in which they really think about the Most High God. And they just want to try to denigrate him as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, again, I hate to say it, but there are some of those rituals that these people partake in. I mean, you could go the Revelations 3:8 route too if you want, and it's not easy to see who they are, but again, he doesn't believe in the New Testament, and they can't for obvious reasons, because if you just read the Bible as it is, and then you see who the Hindus are waiting for, who Islam is waiting for, who Buddhists are waiting for, who the Mormons are waiting for, who Scientologists are waiting for, who every other religion except for the one that's exclusively about the Bible and exclusively from the Bible are all waiting on this messianic figure that meets the criteria described as the Antichrist in the Bible. And it's kind of odd how they all would be, kind of leaning in this direction. And if not, they kind of go off, because I think Mormons kind of go off a little bit to where it's like not focused on the saving of humanity. It's focused on enlightenment and becoming a god yourself, a lot like Hinduism and Buddhism is. I even think Taoism has some of that feature of like transcending the human and becoming something more, kind of like the transhumanist movement as well. And I think that's why a lot of them are going to dovetail into one another. And then all Lucifer needs to do is walk on the scene, and they're all going to worship him anyway. Because that's who they're looking for, is this political figure that the Bible describes as going to be the Antichrist here. Because Antichrist, a lot of people think of as the opposite of Christ, but that's, you know what an antipasta salad is? You know what I mean? Where you have salad in place of or instead of pasta. You know what I mean? So you have an antipasta salad. So in place of pasta, you have a salad. The Antichrist is here pretending to be Jesus. He's here, and he'll say that he's here in place of Christ. Similar to how the Roman Catholics refer to the Pope as the vicar of Christ, or Christ here vicariously through the Pope, which is Antichrist in nature to even suggest. So I'd be careful with some of them. You know what I mean? To be honest, you're talking about a billion, right, in Judaism. You're talking about at least a billion in Islam and at least a billion in Catholicism. And then, whatever else, they're all going to dovetail together. And they're going to stand against the people who stand with the Bible. At least that's how it looks to be shaping up. I don't know when. It could be 100 years from now, quite honestly. But it's not a surprise. It's pretty obvious once you've studied 3 or 4 other religions other than the Bible. And really, because I started with, at a young age, I really believed that the Bible was a good representative of the feeling that I felt was God, right? And what I believed God would be, fair and just and kind and compassionate and loving, but also, he's not going to mess around with you either, because he's got to be just. And some people are going to choose to do evil just to spite him. So those people have to be punished. And I think we all, at the end of the day, we know that the vast majority of people who have lived didn't get the justice that they deserved, whether positively in their favor or negatively against them for their behavior. Most people didn't see those consequences in their lifetime. And with a lot of people, it's like, well, if you believe that this is all there is, then like Hitler wouldn't get justice. Mao wouldn't get justice. And nobody ever gets justice for what they've done. You know? So it's hard for me to believe that. But really, I mean, the vast majority of people do believe in some kind of supernatural designer, creator. Which is why I've started to focus more on Judaism and Islam and the other sects of Christianity to figure out, because again, when I was young, I mean, I'm talking 18 years old, I got married. The woman was an ex-Jehovah's Witness. I don't know if I've already told this story, but I don't give a fuck. She was ex-Jehovah's Witness, and when we got together, they kicked her out of the religion, right? And then after we got married, they she told me, oh, well, I can, how did she put it? She can get back into the church if, or now that we're married, she can get back in the church, but she wanted me to come with her, right? And I was like, don't think so. I was like, we can talk about it, and you can try to explain to me what the difference in your religion is with what I believe, but I don't really like organizations of human beings. I had just come from a Baptist church that was Title 501c3. They only would teach us certain things, don't ask certain questions, and all the money that was being donated, which was like tens of thousands of dollars every week, none of it was going, well, I wouldn't say none, but the vast majority of it was going to deacons and elders' pockets. And then the rest of it was to maintain the big church, and whatever scraps might be left would go to the maintenance of the youth group building. These little things, you know, and when we wanted to go on a church camp trip, funny enough, up here to Tennessee, the big church, as we called it, refused to pay for anything. Not for the rental of the vans, not the gas to get us up there, not the $50 or $60 per kid for the camp itself, nothing. My pastor, you literally had to, now I don't know how much they were paying him, but my pastor literally had to pay everything out of his pocket for the vans, for the gas. He got a ticket on the way up there driving a little too fast. And then we, the kids and our parents, had to come up with the $50, $60, whatever it was, to go on the trip. And it's not like, oh, that's too much. I'm not saying it was necessarily, but I didn't see this church do anything for the community, period. And not even for the kids that attended their youth group. And then they tried to tell us, well, and this is after the fact, that they wouldn't pay for anything. And our buildings over there are falling apart. We got to paint our own shit, do maintenance on our own buildings, or on our own youth group building. But what they then told us is like, well, y'all should come to big church more. And then I was like, fuck that. No. I was like, no. Like, and this is like how I started to see it. I was like, they're corrupt. You know what I mean? They don't offer any assistance to the community whatsoever. They just take in money. They spend it all on themselves and on that church and on other investments that can get them money directly. And they don't invest it into the community. They don't invest it even to the children that attend their youth group, even to the children that are children of members of their church, which is just wild to me. Now, again, I don't know how much they had to pay, but I know they were Title 501c3, which means they were tax-free, and they were taking in tens of thousands of dollars a week. I can't imagine that their property tax, or if they were still paying like some kind of mortgage for this building, I can't imagine that it's anywhere near $40,000 a month. You feel me? So this, coupled with my wife at the time trying to convince me to become a Jehovah's Witness, led me to start studying religions. And it started with the Jehovah's Witness religion, and I came to Freemasonry, Luciferianism, Charles Taze Russell, etc. So then I started on Mormonism. I found similar Scientology. I found a similar pattern, and then I started with Catholicism, with Islam, with Hinduism, and I found this pattern of not only either a Jesuit order or a Babylonian pact or a Luciferian doctrine of some sort being the main thrust of each of these religions. So I was like, well, and again, I'm 18, 19, and I'm like, well, if the last 8 religions that I've gone through all have this similar, and they would have problems too. Like, that's the thing too, that I'm like, wait a minute. Like, the Quran said something, and this was one of the first things that I ever seen translated from the Quran, was it semen or sperm? I forget. I think it was semen. Was like created somewhere on a man's back, like underneath a rib or something. And then that is it germination? I forget the word. Is it germination? I don't think it's germination. But the period by which it takes a child to come to fruition, they had it down as 6 months, I believe, for gestation. That's what it is, the gestation period. They have it for 6 months. Catholicism changed the commandments, the 10 commandments. They took out the second one and split the 10th one into 2 separate ones instead of leaving it as one. And they took out the second commandment because it's about idol worship, and they love to worship their idols. So, and because that their history comes from a pagan history, it just makes sense. They needed to be able to worship Mars and Jupiter and all those through the saints and Mary and shit, because that's just what they believe. They're more of a polytheistic religion than a monotheistic one. And but it just didn't matter which one I looked into. They would have errors. There would be very little historical data to support much about these religions or the authors of them. Like, so many different holes. So when I went to research the Bible, I'm expecting to see the same holes, to see no historical, archaeological, physical, scientific evidence to back up anything in the Bible. I'm expecting to see errors that are easy for the naked eye, for an average human to say that's just incorrect. But with looking at the Hebrew, with looking at the Greek, with looking at some of this book, I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? And the more that I went through it, I was like, still waiting to kind of see something. I mean, there were things that I didn't understand, but I thought it was fair enough. God's an all-powerful, all-knowing, eternal being. He's perfect, so it makes sense that he might see things in a way that you can't quite understand why it is that way at the moment, and especially being 18. But I couldn't find anything that was like a legitimate problem. And usually when somebody would point something out, I would research it, and I would come to the opposite conclusion that they did. And then the amount of, there's a whole lot of scientific discoveries that seem to imply that whoever was in charge of writing the Bible had a deeper understanding than it would have been possible for a human being to have of the world itself. Just one example of that. If you were an ancient human that was going to tell a story about a great flood, how would you do that? You would just say it rained. God made it rain super heavy for 100 days straight, or whatever you want to say, 40 days and 40 nights, let's say. I think most people would be like, yeah, like that's what they did, right? And I'm like, well, if you read it a little more thoroughly, you'll see that they mention not only it raining for 40 days and 40 nights, but the Bible mentions water erupting from beneath the surface of the earth. Now, what is that? Is that a bunch of geysers or something? I'm not 100% sure. But wait a minute. Is there water beneath the earth like that? I mean, we know that there's like underground lakes, rivers, whatever, but how much water could there possibly be under dirt? You know what I mean? There's no way it could be enough to actually help flood the earth, right? But in 2015, I believe, scientists found out that there is more water beneath the crust of the earth than there is in all 7 oceans. So then things become a little fun, in my opinion. Because now I'm like, okay, well, how on earth and why on earth would a human being who's just trying to make something up, he's just trying to make a religion up, right? That's what Moses is doing, according to a lot of people, atheists and whatnot. And I think it's part of the reason why a lot of religions gravitate towards grabbing whatever they can from the Bible, because they know it's an actual accurate source. And so if they grab something from there, they know that it's something that can be relied upon, that they can use to